Hello.
Yeah, unmute is on.
No, if I unmute here.
But hello.
He joined.
Okay. Do one thing, keep your volume low.
But my concern is speaker rating.
Hello, mic test, hello. Yeah, now it's good.
It's good. Hello. It's going.
It's totally not echoing. Hello, is the mic working? Okay.
Your mic is unmute.
What is it going?
My mic is unmute.
Hello.
In the session, your mic is required.
Yeah.
Not.
Hello.
Laptop mic, I'm saying.
Laptop mic is not required.
Not required, right?
My only question is, if we record it from his laptop, how is the audio gets recorded? Understood what I'm saying? If he,
I'm
not seeing anything.
No, if yours,
Can you mute yours? Okay.
if you're speaking via this microphone, so his the host, right? His laptop getting audio, whatever room audio, his laptop getting. If he is recorded, it will record, right? If he's now you can just imagine he's a remote.
Session,
He's recording the session.
And then recording the session. It can be recorded. Yeah. But then I still see an echo. Two things that I need to do. One is echo, and the other one is the screen split.
Screen splitter. I think the host should do that. Like Shrikant, no, might be. They will join.
Can you keep your volume low? Maybe that is echoing from there. Hello. No, it's not right. And are you able to hear? Okay, if you keep your volume low, you can. Yeah. Just try that once. Or maybe you can just step out of a meeting room and check. That's also okay.
ओके मिथुन का अपडेट कर सकता है हम देखना है बाद में might be
Hello.
Yeah, sure.
Good, wonderful. So it's not echoing, right? Hello. Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Oh. No. Select camera view. We have only option to camera view. That's it.
No, we have camera views.
We have options. Other options.
It's okay, right? Okay, it's good. It's good.
A lot of people joined.
When I switch a camera here, what happens here? Okay.
You can see the audience.
Sometimes, right? Let's also show this so that we know the audience. When it's case recording, then we know that
manually we have to do.
Manually we can do that, but that's okay. Now only thing is
splitting.
So
we need.
Does this get extended?
When you say extended, what?
Like till here?
No.
It's small. So that's a sufficient enough.
Yeah. If you are standing here also,
it's a powerful mic.
It's very. If it is too far, then we have a microphone here. Handle microphone.
There's a hand microphone.
And caller.
Because few people might like
ask
prefer
questions.
Like walking and speaking, and speakers also we need a mic. So it'd be nice if we connect two mics.
Yeah. We can use.
Can we keep it here itself?
Also, probably we could use this mic for folks who have questions or Q&As, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'll be.
One more thing that we need to keep that in mind, Rahul.
Can you pick up the mic and check if that's okay? Let's ask questions to see. Yeah, any mic.
Yeah.
Hello.
Perfect.
Yeah, fine.
Wonderful. So let's use this mic for the Q&A.
one mic here not required? Because speaker might prefer like walking.
They want let them be
Okay.
it's there, but in fast they still need
Okay.
all these things.
Got it.
Till this place it has covered, no problem. This
Okay, now let's check the other one, the screen.
Okay.
screen
I
only.
need, it's better to have two split screens. How do we manage it?
Two split screens.
No, I'm
duplicate
asking like
screens.
people should be this screen. Only presentation should be in this.
That is okay. People at least it's not done. If at least we can duplicate the screen, that's also,
that
okay.
also fine.
Because people, it's very difficult for us to coordinate with the Zoom.
Try if it is not possible from like via host, we can check with our remotes. People are joining. They are from event service operation team. They are having access for this room.
Okay.
Like remote access they have.
Okay.
They can do.
Let's try that
I'm
out.
not sure. We'll
Is
check.
it possible here to split the screen from this? No, right?
No, we don't have features in here. For Zoom, we don't have.
We will not have. So here he will not have because
Okay.
he's just a participant now.
Correct.
Okay.
He will not have this access.
Oh, okay.
If you give me host access, I will be happy.
Who's the host?
Till now,
That's one more question.
If you're started, you should be the host, right? I'm the host.
he is trying to do something. We already planned certain things. And we want yeah, of course. Yeah. Second round. Yeah. He did a second round. It's not the name. Instead of they running up there and sitting and
Nice meeting. Finally, will Kandan be able to?
I don't. Okay. So later on it is 10 o'clock. But then because I blocked the meeting 10 o'clock because I want to have some selection. So if you thought the starting time is 10 o'clock.
Okay.
But then unfortunately it is 11. So then he said that's the time the polling starts.
No. So he's traveling already.
I thought if it's 10 o'clock, at least while waiting time, he can pick up and then do the discussion. If it's a polling time, now see on the other space. Mostly that he's already in office, but they're not there. Ask him to come and try. Yeah.
मेरे को हाँ ये नहीं पता था हमारी
Yes, you can see that. Yes. That was kind of a happy Yes, 2019 December.
December timeframe,
During Christmas, right? First case appeared in November 2019. Appeared on BBC first time. Like 4 cases. Just for 2 cases, then they just news on BBC. And a week later, there was 6 cases. They said that this is. Yeah, you don't know what
we have that actual attitude of nothing happens to us.
Usually there's someone else going to take care of it. Yes, days. Every month, not much. All of a sudden, it's Nice meeting you finally.
For just for double check, like if we join
This event is there. Anyone is aware about this? Hello, I'm audible.
all. It's 11 o'clock. I think we can get started. We're on time. First of all, very warm welcome from Google and Equinox. We are co-hosting this Nephio India meetup. Thanks for all the responses. We had an immense response for this meetup. We had close to 280 plus people registering for this event, and then we had to kind of crowd manage this. We had some challenges to crowd manage this, but yeah, finally the folks who are here, thank you so much. And we have a packed agenda. We have like 7 talks, like 8 different speakers. Very happy to have you all here, and looking forward to very engaging conversations. Just before diving into the actual meeting, some of the housekeeping activities, like the folks, some of the critical informations, like on a security related side. So this meeting room is in level 3. So we got an access to this meeting room, and across this meeting room there's a cafeteria, which the lunch will be served between 1 to 2. And you guys have access to this floor, which is this meeting room and the security and the lunch cafeteria. Besides this, please restrict yourself to explore different floors due to the security reasons. And secondly, avoid please taking photos outside of any of the areas, open areas, and all of it. Again, due to the security reasons and concerns. Hope you all can understand that. And few photos probably will take it inside this meeting room, which Sayed probably you can coordinate that just to show the presence of Nephio. And we will also be sharing this in the LinkedIn community and the Linux Foundation communities and all of it. So yeah, besides that, please restrict from taking photos and all of it. Yeah, so looking forward for a great event. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you very much, Venkat, for the initial welcome note. On the same lines, thank you all for showing up after immense challenges that we had to undergo in terms of registering and finding the right location and reaching here on time. Really, really appreciate from the entire organization community. And talking about today's agenda, right? We do have 7 talks, like Venkat mentioned, 8 super awesome speakers. And talking about the RSVPs, we were super overbooked within a span of 1 week that we publicized the event. So we had to restrict in terms of the in-person attendees to 80, and we have about 20 plus people joining us from remote places. Really, really thank you very much for the dedication towards this. And a warm welcome from the entire Nephio community, because this is the first time this Nephio event is happening in India. The previous happened in the Q4 2023, back in Mountain View office in US. So I wanted to start with a little icebreaker with respect to the word Nephio, right? Where did it originated from? It comes from a Greek word which means nephew. It signifies in terms of close-knit and collaborative nature altogether. So I wanted to start in terms of giving an idea about the Nephio in general, and it will be more better explained by the guru Kaushik himself in terms of how Nephio started and what's the long-term vision in terms of having a security SIG, etc. in place. So I'll quickly hand it over to Kaushik for the introduction to Nephio. Kaushik, please take the floor.
Perfect. First of all, thank you for the committee to helping organize this meetup. This is the first meetup in India. I'm super excited. We had been thinking about this for a long time. Finally, it came to fruition. And thank you to each of you, both the speakers and the participants, for making this an active engagement. I was very impressed with the number of people who had registered, who have shown up in person. So really, thank you so much. It's good to see a few familiar faces amongst you, and I look forward to the continued contributions from you, as well as the new faces. Hopefully, at the end of today's meetup, you all will walk away excited and help shape up the future of community. So with that, I will, so today's first topic is on, especially given the newer group here, I'll keep it a little bit dumbed down, and we'll talk about how the community is shaped up, where has it been in the last 1.5, 2 years, and where do we see the future. It's a short 30-minute talk, so you won't see a lot of deep depth from me, but happy to keep it engaging and take questions. So just high level, again, we don't need to go into these slides. Many of you come from the telecom background. Over the last decade plus, telecom industry has gone through massive transformation, scale challenges, COVID being a significant impediment to growth in terms of top line and bottom line, but then data demands have risen since then. So there have been many of these events that continue to exercise strong limitations on how the telcos can grow. But then there is also massive investments that are happening, starting with 5G and so forth, right? So at the intersection of all of these challenges is what is driving an epic disruption. And a corollary of that is, for some reason, the slides are not, oh, there you go. The corollary of this set of challenges is that a lot of the CSPs are moving to be cloud native. In fact, we expect 50% of the CSPs will have implemented cloud native network functions by end of this year. But the key takeaway from this slide is that automation is the top initiative. And there was a survey that was done by Gartner, by Analysys Mason, and a bunch of other analysts, which consistently shows that automation is the top initiative driving the transformation of CSPs, the telcos towards cloud native, right? And this was the grounding factor for what helped us meaning this was a joint initiative with Linux Foundation. Google had Kickstart, but then many of you have been actively participating. But these were the key founding factors or driving forces behind what led to the formation of Nephio. So somewhat just extending upon that, we talked about the cloud native, so VNF to CNF. This has been a journey that has been around for a long time. It is still continuing with 5G, but then it is getting accelerated in the recent years. There is also a shift from private to public cloud. And this is especially where hyperscalers and many other cloud providers have an increasingly important role to play with their embracement of cloud native technologies and how we can bring those to the telecom industry, which is in the past, historically, for a set of reasons, has tended to be more inwards in terms of not heavy adoption of public cloud. So that's a significant shift that we are seeing. Centralized to highly distributed, especially with ORAN and other such technologies, you start to see much wider adoption in terms of footprint, in terms of the kind of workloads that are getting run on the far edge and so forth, right? So those are some of the transitions that are in flight. And then at the same time, based on the challenges that we talked about, there are many transformations that need to happen for telecom industry to be effective as an industry, which I think I'm highlighting some of these here, which is a need for zero-touch automation with human-free control loops, which I think, especially with cloud native, the complexity of the infrastructure layers exacerbates or expands by even potentially orders of magnitude. And so it is especially important to invest in automation for an industry that is going through so many of these transformations. Second is reducing operational expenses, and especially the far edge deployments that I just talked about. They have significantly higher constraints in terms of whether it is space and power, cooling, or even connectivity to the internet. And so how do you ensure that automation can cater to all of these constraints that exist across different deployment models of a telecom, right? Including far edge, but also data center and so forth. And then lastly, we all need to figure out a way to transform telcos to move away from legacy systems that exist. And there are a lot of these, things which tend to, weigh down on how quickly can the telcos transform. So these were some of the founding parameters. And so that led all of these factors, as well as early on Google Cloud's outreach to the telecom industry in helping understand what are the key problems and challenges and how can we enable telcos to address some of these. This collectively helped, start this mission, which resulted in the formation of Nephio in April 2022. And the mission or the goal is as follows: to deliver enterprise-grade, simple, open Kubernetes-based cloud-native automation in a way that caters to both multi-vendor and multi-cloud capabilities. And the goal is to have this proliferate across the telecom segment in the years to come. So look forward to making that reality with all of you. So a little bit of context about intent driven. Again, the concepts here are not new. I'm sure many of your organizations adopt this. Is that on the left, you see there's an intent of what the network should be. Typically, the intent should be centralized. That's the common theme that you follow. And the network intent will define everything. If you look at it again, by the way, one other thing I'll state is while I'm describing Nephio from the lens of telecom, a lot of the capabilities here are fairly, you'll see this coming through the upcoming slides, are easily extensible to other enterprises and other industries, right? So there is a lot of excitement in the community to implement and execute Nephio in a way that can help proliferate it beyond telecom. We don't want to open up the floodgates too early, too wide, but then I want all of you to keep that perspective in mind, right? But again, from the lens of telecom and the networking industry, it is primarily network intent which constitutes network services. It will be network functions, telecom network functions, as well as the cloud infrastructure, right, which could be public cloud or edge cloud. So that is what that is what defines the intent. And there are orchestration and automation systems that consume this intent. They do the necessary validation. They then realize that intent, or actuate is the right word, on the live systems at play, which could be either cloud infrastructure or instantiating the network functions itself. And then most importantly, there is a control loop that exists where we are continuously monitoring the state of the intent on the real systems and reconciling to make sure the actuation, the ground truth is matching what the intent should be. In fact, one of the things I'll just quickly state is Google has been doing this intent-based network automation for the last 2 decades. This is something that we have, it was a very deliberate decision that we had made a couple of decades ago, and we invested heavily into this. And this is what really forms the crux of how we operate and scale our production network. So I actually feel very, closely related to the Nephio concepts and architecture, in the sense Google has championed it within our organization, and we have seen the benefits. And one of the key benefits is the operational organizational scale that we need to run this network at scale is running into only a couple hundred people. Imagine the largest network in the world being run by only a couple hundred people. And that is possible by focusing and by investing in an intent-driven automation system like this. So a lot of inspiration has come about within Google from our learnings and our journey into intent-driven automation. And I'm sure each of you have had your own experiences and similar journeys. This is probably the most important slide for you to understand the rationale for why Nephio is structured the way it is. So what I mean by that is, if you look at the left segment, there are 3 different layers that we're talking about. There is the cloud infrastructure, which could be again public or as in cloud of any form. It could then there's a layer which defines, let's say, Kubernetes or some Kubernetes-based distro. And there are the network functions at play, which could be potentially any other enterprise workloads, right? The grounding basis is that Kubernetes or Kubernetes-based distros are the de facto container orchestration system that has been widely adopted by various industries, right? So with that in mind, the goal has been, how do you use the same capabilities that is today being used for Kubernetes lifecycle management to also extend that in a consistent fashion to the other 2 layers, which is the cloud infrastructure and CNFs. So the outcome ends up being that there is a consistent multi-layer automation capabilities using the same concepts that Kubernetes has evolved towards. And a lot of the telcos, especially in their VNF to CNF journey, have been strong pioneers of Kubernetes. They all believe and have invested in Kubernetes. And they have also rationalized that having a consistent automation framework that caters to all of these layers of a cloud or a telco stack is very important to them. And this is at the intersection of not just technology, it is at the intersection of technology, people, and culture. Having that consistency is important. So that forms the basis. And so just a couple of things for those of you who are not familiar with Kubernetes. There is a concept. Kubernetes works on resources as the base units. And for every resource, there is a resource definition. But one of the key parameters of Kubernetes is the extensibility. And this is where the custom resources come into play. So each such custom resource is something that each of you can define. And there's a custom resource definition that is the basis for that custom resource, which is, think of that as the API. And then there are controllers that can act on those custom resources. That forms the extensibility angle of Kubernetes. And leveraging those concepts, Nephio intends to build a set of CRDs, the custom resource definitions, as well as the operators in order to achieve this goal, starting with telecom. That's the lens in which I want you to take it. I'll pause here for a second. Any questions until now?
You said on the CRDs and operators,
Yes.
you will supply offhand. Is that the
Correct. So let's go a little bit into the depth of it. So CRDs are something that Nephio will standardize. And what I mean by standardize is we are not a standards-based organization. This is not IETF or equivalent, but we want to build open CRDs that support multi-cloud as well as multi-vendor systems, right, at play. When it comes to controllers, it depends on what the logic of the controllers is. And by that, what I mean is there are controllers that do very basic set of functions that will be cross-cutting across vendors. And that is something that the community will build. There'll be other controllers that have deep business logic specific to an organization or a vendor or a cloud provider. And it is left to them to make the determination of whether it is something that they keep closed source or whether there are parts of it or all of it that they want to contribute it back to Nephio. So while it is an open community, we realize that each of the participating organizations have their own business incentives at play. But the most important thing are the CRDs. They are the APIs for Nephio. And by the way, this is just a simplistic diagram. What I'm not getting into for the lack of time is that Nephio is one of the subsystems in a telco automation or an orchestration system. So you've got the BSS, OSS layers, you've got the end-to-end service orchestration, you've got service assurance, you've got all of these other subsystems. And Nephio must interface and coexist with all of these systems for it to be realizable in a telco automation system. And so a lot of the CRD focus is not just on what I describe here in this diagram, but it is also about all of the east-west and the north-south interfaces that must exist for this to be successful. And that is where the openness comes in for Nephio, to the point that you're making. The CRDs in certain cases will be open source, some of it will be closed source, and that is a perfectly reasonable outcome based on the business incentives of each of the organizations. Does that help answer your question?
example of CRD in the space?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a good question. If you can hold on to your question for a few more slides, we'll have a couple examples. Any other questions?
Can we ask questions from call also?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you were mentioning about this intent-based automation. So
yeah.
My question is with respect to the 3GPP specs we have for intent-based automation with respect to mobile networks. So
yes.
Is it something inspired from there and the same concept is being used here? Because you're saying that it is something Google has been doing and it is like from 2 decades Google has been doing. But I just want to, know that are you also considering the 3GPP specs which are there for intent-based automation and just, based on what you have been doing since 2 decades, based on that only you're driving this?
So that's a great question. There are 2 parts, right? The example that I gave about Google was more, it was not directly relevant to Nephio. It was more about what influenced us to invest in Nephio, right? So let's keep that aside for a second. Vis-a-vis 3GPP specs, right? Of course, 3GPP specs are very specific to the network models and the outcomes that telcos want. The key thing that Nephio does is exhibit or establish relationship between all of these layers that you see. For example, a network function, let's say UPF, right, for 5G data plane. In order to instantiate or deploy a UPF, you need to provision the cloud infrastructure in a very specific way to meet the data plane capabilities. Today, there are no models in either 3GPP or HC or any other existing forums or standards organizations which allow a common multi-vendor or vendor-agnostic way of defining these schemas or data models, right? And the same applies if you look at how CNFs use the different Kubernetes resources as an example. There is no common standard, not just in telecom, but in no other industry, right? This is really where the value of Nephio comes in, that we don't take just a arbitrary view that, hey, let's just consistently define CRDs. We have an opinionated set of CRDs catering to the workloads at play for telecom to start with. And we define these schemas in a way that allows easy instantiation, deployment, and data operations of those workloads. And that is where I think there's a big hole to the point that you're making in terms of what 3GPP or other standards bodies have been doing until now. Does that help?
Yeah, actually, see, I was not asking specifically to CRDs. That is maybe, from the CSP's perspective, CRD comes later in the picture. So
Yeah.
even before that, the somebody there needs to express the intent. So more about how are you seeing to standardize this intent across the industry? So that is something I was looking for.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. Two things, right? One, where we can, we will leverage existing 3GPP or other standards, right? In terms of maybe not the specific data models, because like I said, there are gaps there in terms of how data models have been created in these standards, but more about ensuring that we stay spec compliant, that in the end, the outcome that customers, telcos want is to be able to instantiate or lifecycle manage these network functions. So from that standpoint, yes. In terms of bringing the outcome of these CRDs back into 3GPP, if that is what you're asking, I don't think today that is the intent, because we are not a standards organization. The goal here is to create open, well-adopted set of schemas, the CRDs. But today, the goal of Nephio is not to bring them back into 3GPP standard. Is that a possibility? Yes. Is that the focus today? No. Right? We'll cross that bridge depending on how well the adoption of Nephio happens and depending on the push that comes from the larger group in the end. But today, it's an earlier stage in open source community. We're first focusing on defining what these APIs look like. Whether we end up standardizing them or not is a decision that we need to make down the line.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
Also in combination with this.
Correct.
So how those two do you see them coexisting? Do you want to also bring in the M5 HR aspect into it? So how do you see that panning out?
Good question. I'll also request you to hold that, because what you describe is how does brownfield ecosystem integrate well with Nephio, right? It's not just about Helm, it's about Helm, Tosca. There are a lot of these subsystems at play. How do they coexist with Nephio, or how does Nephio evolve to support these brownfield systems, right? So there's a slide that we'll talk about on the release tool. I realize I'm running really slow. I'm already consumed 25 minutes. So I'll rush through some of these design principles and design goals. I think I've already somewhat talked about them. We can skip these. We talked about some of the automation benefits. I'll also skip this slide. Just quickly, when we started in April 22, it was great to see. Even then, there were 25 organizations that helped bootstrap this. As of today, that has grown 3x. We are at 75 organizations, roughly. I think the 70 number is a little bit dated. We are 75 plus. And that continues to grow. But more importantly, the number of active developers, that's the key litmus test for a well-functioning open source community. And that continues to grow. And we have seen that especially trend well in the last 6 months with the release too. So those are all good signals. And I look forward to continued contributions from many of you as well. There is a separate slide that talks about Nephio, R1 and R2. So I'm going to skip this part. There's a lot. There's been a lot of press coverage about Nephio R1. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of it. We can focus on that separately. Community engagement. I think the key thing here is that India is the second highest active contributor in Nephio, and this is something that even I had not realized until we gathered this data. So it is super exciting to see that this community has the group of people that is each of you has really shaped up and has been helping drive the Nephio community. And I would love to see these numbers where India, starts to be at the top. So it's super exciting. Lots of active developer summits in the last 2 years that has happened. So release 1. I'll skip the goals. Let's go straight to release 1. So when we started release 1, the focus was how do we establish the key frameworks, which we just talked about in terms of the design principles, right? So Kubernetes-based control plane, a schema for CRDs to deploy 5G core network functions. So we handpicked a few of the network functions. And what we ended up creating as an outcome of release 1 was we had 5G, we had free 5GC, which is an open source set of 5G core network functions. We picked a couple of these network functions and instantiated, deployed those, and lifecycle managed. So allowed a few day 2 operations like resizing the resourcing on the edge cloud through these CRDs that were defined specific to those network functions. So it helped establish the Nephio framework. It also allowed us to ground our thinking about how do these schemas work vis-a-vis interactions and dependencies between the layers, right? Especially cloud infra versus network functions, right? So that was the key, the goal and success criteria of release 1. Release 2 was much broader in scope in terms of the outcomes that we wanted to achieve. First and foremost, release 1 was single vendor and it was single cloud. We picked GCP and we picked free 5GC. But in line with the tenets of Nephio, we wanted the CRDs to be developed in a way that cater to multi-vendor and multi-cloud approaches. So that was first. So we onboarded a second network function vendor, OpenAir Interface, which is also an open source community. The second concept that we wanted to introduce, I didn't talk about it, was the different domains that exist. Right now in release 1, the focus was on core networks. In release 2, we looked at radio networks, RAN, as a second domain. So we wanted to extend Nephio not just to be multi-vendor, both for cloud and network functions, but also start to exhibit the multi-domain characteristics. So that was the second extension of Nephio in release 2. And then within RAN, we picked CU and DU from OpenAir Interface, OAI. So that was a great thing. The third thing was we wanted to make it much more developer friendly. And what I mean by that is until now, in release 1, it was people had to write controllers from scratch. But we believe that the true value of Nephio is through an SDK-like approach, for which essentially implies a lot of the grunge work for implementation of the operator should be cookie cutter, and that is something that the SDK will support. And it is not just about business logic for the CRDs, but all the east-west, north-west interfaces that I just talked about. How do you make it easy for a developer to develop the controllers? Because that is one of the concerns or constraints that we see about how do we extend this community, where if there's a large body of work that developers have to put in, it constrains the active development. So SDK was yet another focus. And then security. There was a security SIG that was formed. Some of you are involved in this a few months ago. And so there is increased focus on security. And all of these features have landed. You can play with it. We'll share the docs, and hopefully, you'll give us active feedback on what works and what you would like to see differently. I will skip this slide in interest of time. It's repeating what I just said. We talked about the 2 domains, and we talked about the 2 vendors. Before I go to release 3 and beyond, I just wanted to make sure I answered the questions that both of you had, right, with the context. If you don't mind, could you repeat your questions again?
Yeah, I was trying to understand the integration of CRDs. Yeah, with examples.
Kaushik?
Yeah, so first CRD in release 1 that we wrote was 5G core UPF, right, for free 5G. And the goal of that CRD was defining the schema both to instantiate and lifecycle manage the UPF. So for example, the different interfaces that UPF must have, N3, N4, N6, and so forth, as well as the edge cloud resources that are needed to instantiate, as well as the network interfaces like secondary networks like SRIOV, for example, the primary network characteristics as an example. So all of those were what composed the CRD. That's one example. The second CRD that we built in release 2 was we need to deploy and extend the cloud infrastructure in a way that meets the requirements of running these network functions. So for example, one of the requirements was how do you create a cluster, right? As an example. So the CRD caters to cluster creation, but not just cluster creation for the baseline use case, it is also extending the cluster in terms of defining interfaces or schemas for secondary interface creation. Provisioning and scaling up and down the infrastructure based on the real-time needs of a network function and so forth. So that's a second class of CRDs, which is more catering to the network cloud-specific requirements for network functions. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, and anything on the application side in particular?
The first example was
Of the
application, right?
UPF,
It was
please.
UPF in this case.
Thank you.
I
Yes.
have one basic question. Can I ask?
Sorry, just 1 second on the GVC. Sorry, what is your question? Yes.
And you move your workload, SCNF, onto that, right? So anything in that direction, if you was trying to look at, say one is that CRD, like the UPF, the load, right, workload, but
Yes.
underlying infrastructure,
Yes.
bring it up at the last mile and move the workload on top of that and bring that to that LCM. Anything in that direction from Nephio?
Correct. In fact, I missed this. There is an interesting part about release 2, which is to the point that you're making. There's a concept of a topology controller, which is while the release 1 started simple in terms of network function specific CRDs, the end goal is, if you look at day 0 network design requirements, you need to be able to design let's say a 5G core network, which implies a set of network functions that need to be stitched together, and as well as the deployment characteristics, which are the locations, the multi-site characteristics in terms of scalability, right? So we built this concept of a topology controller that can cater to, hey, you can say, this is my 5G core, and there is a deployment instance of that 5G core network model that you can say, you can even define multiple deployment instances, but each such deployment instance, you can map it to a set of sites or edge cloud instances where it needs to be deployed. So it is a whole network, day 0 network design controller logic that allows you to not just design, but then map it back to your actual deployment models. Whatever release 1 did was more about, hey, you just define each network function instance and deploy it. This is the front end of it, where you do the whole design and then do it. So to the point that you're making, I think these concepts like topology controller is what enables us to do end to end, right? From day 0 to doing day 1 at scale and then day 2.
Just a subsequent question, like let's say some of the UPF might, I think it requires a data plane capability, right? You cannot simply put a UPF on a regular server node. So there is an affinity, right? There is a demand and supply.
Correct.
So UPF requires maybe FPGA based, right, supply from the server side.
Correct.
So how do you match this? And the Nephio is trying to do this kind of matchmaking.
Correct. In fact, this is one of the key aspects of the schema that I just described. So before an intent gets realized, let's say for a UPF or a set of network functions, the underlying edge cloud infrastructure constraints have to be understood, and the appropriate resources have to be reserved before the network function actuation can be triggered, right? So, and that is one of the key requirements that these controllers are, topology controller and so forth, are doing, is once you define your network schema or your network topology, we take that as the intent, map it back to the ground reality of what the edge cloud resource capabilities are. In fact, there is also an increasing incentive where we build all of the intelligence to make determination of if there are choices at play, meaning you can instantiate the same network function in 2 different sites. You can have additional business logic that can be controlled by either the customer or the vendors, which allows you to make the selection based on predetermined criteria, as an example. But all of those are at the heart of Nephio. In fact, that is what will make this program successful. Otherwise, unless you realize, apply these constraints and figure out what are the activity mechanisms for the network functions, it becomes more of a science project. What we intend to do is really take into account the real ground scenarios, which is why you see us working with the real network functions where we know what these constraints apply. And one of the outcomes of both release 1 and 2 is we run real world network traffic through these, instantiated network functions and make sure they work as intended. Of course, there is a lot more work to be done to the point that you're making, but that is in fact indeed the focus of the group.
Thanks.
I know we are over time. I'll let one of you program manage me. I can
Absolutely. Yeah, we do have 9 minutes more.
Okay. Yeah. It's a 45 minutes. It's somehow 30 minutes. I see. Perfect. Sorry, somebody on the bridge had a question?
Yeah, I have one very basic question, basically. So we know from the legacy point of telco, they are little hesitant to move to the cloud environment and all, right? And you mentioned that, okay, already you have given one try with the GCP and one of the telco, right? My point is, how telco will be ready to invest in this full infrastructure, which may need either private cloud or bring the public cloud or things like that. Okay, there could be lot of legacy regions. Every telco have their own set of problems. So how in general we are targeting that? Okay, it's like a cost-proof solution which slowly can be accommodated across the globe for multiple telcos. Yeah, thank you.
That's a great question. I'll start with the understanding that it's a journey. It's not a step function for telcos to move to something like this. And second, this is a very large initiative at the intersection of not just technology, but people and processes. And those two factors, the last two, are much more closer and driven by the telcos, right? So with that caveat in mind, Nephio, when we started, it was strongly influenced by when we as Google interacted with a large set of tier 1 telcos across the globe. They all showed a collective interest in investing in cloud native network automation, and especially something that is closely tied to Kubernetes. So that common parameter was applicable right from day one. And we see that continue in the sense, I see the set of tier 1 or generally the telcos that are actively contributing and participating in Nephio continues to be stable. And in fact, that has grown. I see even with release to a lot more telcos are much more active. And so in a way, those are all the grounding signals that are used to, assume that, telcos have an active interest in realizing an outcome like this. Whether this will come to fruition in practice and at what scale and in which networks, I think time is the best indicator for that. I'm not going to speculate much, but from whatever signals that we are getting from the industry, both through Nephio as well as through our private channels with the telcos, there's a lot of interest. And I'm not saying this lightly, because every CXO conversation that our leadership is engaged in, and just to be clear, I'm shamelessly going to say, we are building a product based on Nephio. You must have seen the GA announcement of telecom network automation. So as part of that product, business discussions with the leadership of telcos, we continuously and very consistently see this interest in Nephio. And each one of the execs says, how closely is your product aligned to Nephio? And that's one of the key, themes that I feel resonates well with the telcos. They want the products in the automation coming, especially from hyperscalers, to be based on Nephio. And so that to me is the grounding truth. The outcomes in terms of production deployments and the scales, I would not comment on that. I think it's for all of us to wait and watch. But on the other hand, I request each of you to actively contribute. That is what makes the success of a program like this.
Thank you.
Last question, because I have a few more slides.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to take questions after the talk.
Right. Yeah. Hello, Kaushik. My name is Varadarajan. We have interacted multiple times in the community. Nice to see you face to face. My question is, see, Nephio is based on Kubernetes. Kubernetes started as an orchestrator for infra.
Yes.
Now infra is a software.
Yes.
Telco NFs are also softwares.
Correct.
applications also softwares.
Right.
So Kubernetes has a potential to become orchestrator for all, which
Correct.
you were telling as a swim lanes.
Correct.
But there is one more. The difference between the management plane and control plane is shrinking. Earlier, management plane does FCAPS with a human interface. Now, no human interface.
Yes.
So we see Nephio, right, has a capability to not just become uniform automation control plane. It will become uniform control plane also. It has a potential because everything is a software here.
Correct.
So with this, my question is, why not couple of more pillar contributors from Google? Because we see now John, right, who contributed Porsche, has been shifted to some other project.
Right.
So honestly, right, see, Equinox is waiting to provide security for this uniform control plane.
Right.
We see Nephio in the long run. Of course, a lot of things are there as a next Android, because even UE mobile can become another node. Everything has become a software in the cloud, right?
Right.
So in this context, we expect more active or more contribution from Google, which we will love to take over,
Yeah, that's a very good point. I will maybe one thing I'll state is this is something that we're actively looking to invest deeper into, but I'll just keep it at that. I let it come to reality, and you'll start to see why what I'm saying will be the case. But this is not something that we are divesting off of. This is something that we continue to, look into further investments to the point that you're making. But thank you for raising that, and I appreciate it. Okay, so in interest of time, I'm going to quickly run through the next set of slides, which is what is ahead of us. So this is not just about release 3, but this is generally what the landscape looks like. I just mentioned briefly on the left-hand side, we talked about verticals. So we started with telecom, but like I said, we in fact have outreach coming from retail and manufacturing and a few other industry players to say, hey, we love Nephio in terms of concepts. What would it make? What would it take to extend it? How can we participate? Right. So there's clearly a portion of the community that is trying to figure out. Again, we cannot go too broad too soon, so we need to be a little bit more pragmatic. But then there's clearly an interest to extend this with more enterprises, with a set of key participants that are very interested in something like this. There is also transport. We are only doing RAN and core. In fact, if I look at transport, it is one of the most complex domains. And especially because there is a lot of the technology in terms of both the vendors and the devices that exist are all brownfield. So there's a lot of, so while on one hand, it is an existing domain in terms of you don't need to wait for 5G core or 5G RAN deployments to take shape. The transport network is what it is already deployed. The complexities of dealing with brownfield systems are a lot more, but there is active work happening. In fact, with hopefully some of you, where we are trying to work with system integrators and some of the services companies to figure out what would it take us to showcase Nephio as a transport network domain enabler. So that's first part. It'll talk a little bit about data and AI transformation. In fact, I actually think that we need to increasingly as a community focus on, I know Gen AI is a buzzword and each of you might have your own thoughts about how much Gen AI will meaningfully solve the problems, but whether it is Gen AI or not, increasingly AI-driven transformative focus on Nephio is important. And it's both data and AI. So I'll talk a little bit about that.
2 more minutes, Kaushik. 2 more minutes, sorry.
Okay. Third is there are a lot of relevant open source communities and projects which we need to further establish better relationship with and collaborate with. There is active work happening from SIG1 to help further those outcomes. And then a lot more vendor adoption. I know we talked about 2 of these open source network function vendors. But in the end, the ground truth of this will emerge when the largest of the real world network function vendors, as well as the cloud providers, will actively participate and make this reality. So I look forward to, like, some of you who are in the room. This is where we need your help. I'm going to skip the top part. I think the areas of focus for AI is a few. These are not comprehensive. These are illustrative. First is what you talked about. One of you had asked the question, how will Helm and Tosca integrate? By the way, Release 2 has done a baseline SDK where we take an Helm chart and can convert that into a CRD. We have done it for one of the network functions, but the goal is that if you need to extend this to all the vendors and all the network functions, it's a lot of effort and not just one time. It's a repetitive work as these Helm charts evolve. Can we use AI to drive these outcomes, right? Can we do these automated conversion models or bridges that we develop, right? It will be an assist mode. It will not replace the actual end-to-end work, but it can be a large factor of assistance, right? Second thing is intent generation handling through conversation AI. A lot of the times, the network design teams may not have all the parameters well described to be able to design. How do we use concepts like conversation AI to do intent generation handling? And this is something that we need to be prudently solving for. It can't solve all, it can't cater to all the problems, but there's definitely a segment of both network design and network deployments where conversational AI will help, right? Especially more so for deployments and operations. Third is auto generation of configurations to support intent and ops documentation. Keeping documentation up to date is a non-trivial challenge, and it's one of the less sexy parts of a developer's life cycle. So how do we take the toil away, right? And we have done experiments within Google to use Gen AI in this case to auto-generate documentation and auto-generate postmortems and so forth, right? So there's a lot of active work that I think we can bring to the community. And lastly, self-optimize operational configurations. This is a more forward-looking area, but with the North Star goal of self-optimizing networks, there's a lot of work where we can bring AI. So with that, I'm going to skip these slides. There is a one summit happening in San Jose later this month. If any of you are traveling to the Bay Area, look forward to having you there. Please register. And lastly, I think that was it. Lastly, I look forward to your contribution. It was great to see you all again. I would love to see this community come together every few months so that we can keep this thriving. And I look forward to seeing more and more of you actively engaged in Nephio, both in the SIG meetings, in the working groups, and contributing actively to the source code. So with that, thank you.
That was really wonderful. Thank you very much, Kaushik, once again. All right, so just a little more trivia before our next talk gets started by Rahul. So a fun fact is the security breaches, right? Each breach that happens on an average costs about 3.92 million, says IBM, with their latest data breach report. And the goal of Nephio is to secure these telco deployments from such data breaches to happen. So on the same lines, we will be having Rahul talk about doing security the scalable way for the upcoming 30 minutes. Rahul, stage is yours. Yeah. I will try to.
Thank you.
Sorry, that is not working with the Zoom connect. It is supported with the GVC, but unfortunately, we tried that out. Sorry about that.
Where's the slide?
Okay. Slightly challenging, but maybe there are a few chairs here if you need to move.
So meanwhile, the slide decks are up. Okay, I have to stand here, right? Okay. So I'm Rahul Jadhav. Oh yeah, all right. That will. I have it one here. Okay. Hello. Yeah, fantastic. So security, right? One of the often overlooked aspect of things. What led to formation of SIG security? I'm going to specifically talk about the special interest group that was formed within Nephio a few months back. This is a recent development. The SIG security was formed like 4 months back, and one of the primary reason why it was formed was because Nephio moved into LFN as a project. LFN itself had security requirements, but in the long term, the final goal, the eventual goal for Nephio was to make sure that we provide the automation the whole of this automation in a secure way. One of the things that's great about the next level telco deployments is that it allows you to do disaggregation and democratization at a different scale altogether. Kaushik talked about making use of private clouds and public clouds. The ORAN network getting disaggregated into CU, DU, RU. What are the primary concerns there? You might as well see the DU and CU getting moved into clouds in the data centers or into public clouds. What are the primary concerns there? One, of course, the performance is one of the concerns that I have typically heard. The other concern that I've heard is security. How do you handle security at this scale? Fundamentally, the threat models have changed when it comes to such kind of deployments. And that's where, as a community, we had these discussions that we want to make sure that we build something which is secure by design, which has strong security fundamentals. And that's where that led to the formation of this special interest group. Like I said, this is still in very early stages. We look forward to your contributions. I'm going to talk about what is it that we have started with, what is the charter at a high level, what are the possibilities of engagement here if you're interested, and what are some of the moonshots, eventual visions that maybe we'll have to work towards. General theme, one of the theme that actually applies to security as well, and this is in general quoted in the context of Nephio, is that automation at a specific scale is okay, but when you're automating at a gigantic scale where you might have thousands of regional and edge sites, it becomes everything has to be automated, and that's where one of the primary thrust for Nephio is to do that kind of that level of automation. The cattle versus pet analogy. When you're deploying a single Kubernetes clusters, putting your own SaaS environment there, it's challenging enough, of course, but then doing it at the scale of 1,000 nodes, it's a different challenge. There are a lot of security issues that you'll have to deal with, and the biggest problem with security is once you have human in the loop, there is always the possibility of the manual error. I'm going to talk about some of these use cases and tell what is our vision in terms of what is the vision that is shaping up this special interest group in the first place. Now, from the security charter itself, we have been focusing not only on the fancy items, but to make sure that we have a holistic vision towards security. It comes from development cycles, release cycles, deployment cycles, and then eventually when the workloads are deployed in the target environments, how do you handle runtime security? So all of these aspects are taken into consideration from the charter perspective. One thing we are 100% sure is that Nephio is going to be targeted by state actors. We feel that is a real possibility. We have recently seen 5 days back the executils attack that was conceived for 3 years, where one of the person become a maintainer of a popular project and started contributing evil code, malicious code to the project repository. We will 100% see such kind of attacks in the future. Apart from this, supply chain attacks are real. What I'm suggesting is that fundamentally the deployment models have changed, and along with that, the threat models have changed. You cannot imagine security from an appliance point of view. That's what typically when anyone thinks about security, they think about putting an appliance which will do inline scanning of all the network traffic, identify SCTP init flooding attack, some of the popular ways in which attacks are identified, right? Like these are important, but how are you going to place an appliance in a data center, in a cloud network, in a public cloud network? These kind of models are not relevant anymore. So as part of SIG security charter, we have basically identified all these aspects, including how do you secure this development environment? How do you make sure that what kind of processes needs to be followed so as to make sure that the code that is contributed is appropriate. When the releases are made, we should have signed releases and things like that, all of those aspects. So we have to make sure that all the open SSF guidelines, it's a very diverse, it's a very credible framework to actually make sure that whatever you're doing can be done in a secure way. So all of those things are taken into consideration. The image scanning, vulnerability scanning, all of these you might see typically in an enterprise context. Now you see some of these things are moving towards telco domain automation as well. these typically used to be talked about in the context of a financial organization or a, but the same concepts now apply in the context of telco domain security as well. Now, one of the initial goals for R3 that we have kept is very simple, making sure that at least the OpenSSF best practices things like handle. Again, it's easier said than done, is what we realized, because there are a lot of aspects. But we wanted to make sure that at least a respectable score is achieved. And towards that end, we have a bunch of action items that are identified. A lot of it is covered already. So we started off with a score of 3.6. Today it is at 7.4. Eventually, our aim is to go at least to above 8. It might seem not far away, but usually the last 10% of security goals or any goals are the most difficult to achieve. So it's not an easy undertaking, to have to handle fuzzing, you have to have automated test suites and things like that from the test perspectives as well. So this is one of the goals. The reason why I'm pointing out all this is because by ensuring that we start early, we are making sure that Nephio has a foundational security as a foundational goal. That's what our intent is. Now, what are some of the current discussions that are happening in the context of SIG security? One is identity and access management is something that the group is very much focused towards, apart from, of course, the development security, release security, and things like that. Now, there are two reasons why we have been thinking about this. While the community had been working upon making sure that the telco domain automation is done, there were several questions raised. Like you have a management clusters, and you have management clusters that needs to push information to the regional clusters or edge clusters, and edge clusters might need to connect to the management cluster, or edge clusters have to communicate between each other. How would this authentication authorization work? How would the edge clusters know that the communication that they are receiving on the input side is authorized? Now, for a lot of these aspects, you have to make sure that there are some foundational elements are put in place. Identity is one of the key aspects. This forms basically the fundamental layer where once you have an identity in play, then you can do all sorts of authorization on top of it. So you see all the other work items below it: service mesh, secrets management, and few other things that are mentioned, right? Admission controller, ZT, and the package validation is yet another interesting point. I'd like to talk in a little bit more detail. But all of these basically assume that you have an authentication flow and you have an authorization flow. I would like to go a little bit more detail into what some of the work items that we are handling, and we expect to finish it by R3. We will see about how much of it can be accomplished. So service mesh, secrets management, all of this have some roots into identity itself. And how is that identity going to be achieved in the context of Nephio deployments is something that we're going to talk about. ZTN is yet another thing that usually gets quoted. You need to have zero trust network access in your whole solution. But how do you do that at scale? Again, one of the prerequisites is to make sure that you have an identity solution in place. I'll talk more about it. Package validation is an interesting topic. What happens is you are now deploying packages at scale across your edge clusters. How would you ensure that these packages do not exhibit any malicious behavior? So there has to be some automation where it goes through some automated checks. Now, this is something that package validation work item is trying to achieve. The admission controller part is also, again, all of these might seem like standard Kubernetes constructs. All these are easy to achieve at a given cluster level. But to achieve this across thousands of clusters, automated, is a big problem. And I'll talk about some of those concerns in the next slides. Okay, so identity, like I said, identity is one of the key aspects. Now, as a SIG, what we are looking towards is making use of something called as SPIFFE as a standard for handling the identity itself. SPIFFE stands for Secure Production Identity Framework for Everyone. It's a CNCF project where you have identity provisioning, attestation, node attestation, workload attestation, all of these aspects as part of this whole solution. You can see the management clusters, regional clusters, edge clusters. You might have a workload which might be split across multiple edge clusters with the same identity. How do you handle all these cases? Today, there is an observability team in Nephio who wants to ship the observability from the edge clusters to the management clusters. On what basis is that authorization going to happen? All of these aspects is something that fundamentally depends upon the workload identity itself. And we as a SIG have decided to experiment first with Spiffy. Now, one of the reasons why we are doing Spiffy is because it is cloud native, Kubernetes native in general, but it allows us to have this flexible attestation models where you can in the future extend the attestation plugins to whatever you want. On a region basis, you might add in additional attributes, right? Like that's the fundamental reason why we have chosen Spiffy. Again, it's not cast in stone as of now. This is an active discussion. Within Nephio, we have an RX scope working group where we discuss about what are the work items that will pick up in R3, scope, user requirements, and things like that. There have been multiple teams who have been grappling around these problems, and this is already a widely asked problem statement. If any of you folks have interest in the context, please do contribute. We have these meetings every Tuesday, 9:30 p.m. IST. So 8:30 p.m. IST after the daylight savings change. So looking forward to have you there. Kaushik talked about intent-driven automation in general. Now I talked about doing all this security service mesh. Doing it at a given cluster is a different problem. Doing it across the cattle is a bigger problem. And that's where the intent-driven security automation will also play a major role, is what we see. It is humanly impossible to actually automate all of the security policies and rules. And then there are certain policies and rules which might impact based on the runtime conditions. It is impossible to actually have all these aspects covered in a manual form. So this is the final moonshot for this particular SIG as to how do you do it at scale. This is something that we have been contemplating as a team. And if you think you have better ideas in the context, we would be more than happy to hear. So, but the eventual aim is that the same intent-driven fundamentals that are at play for the workloads, for the telco workload, should be applied in the context of security as well, where you are not orchestrating policies manually. It has to be automated. It has to take into consideration the runtime changes that are happening, and the updated rules have to be automated in the first place. So all of these things is something that as a SIG we are considering. This is again a sandbox that we had prepared some time back. Eventually, our goal is to make sure that we have a high-level spec about what security intents are. How do they get dispersed across multiple edge clusters, regional clusters? When they are dispersed, eventually in the edge clusters, there might be policy engines who might take into consideration these intents and then convert it into individual policies and rules. How do you convert those into specific policy engine policies and rules? That's another challenge. And then these policy engine rules are then going to make use of certain artifacts, policies, rules, telemetry, alerts, how to consume those. So this is the full framework that we have been thinking about. Eventually, our aim is to make sure that we have security blueprints along with the whole deployment of a particular deployment. Along with the deployment, you should be shipping the security blueprint as well. That matters in the context of that particular deployment. That's the eventual automation that we hope to achieve. We have begun on that journey. If you think you have better ideas, we would be more than happy to engage on it. Again, yes.
Are there such industry forums that are trying to solve this? Have you reached out and do you see?
Yes. Yes, I think there was one question in the context of 3GPP intent security spec, right? So we have reached out to certain other organizations who have tried doing something in the context of Kubernetes environments, and we have understood what are the pain points that they have felt and all this. But primarily the work that has been done previously was in the context of service mesh, where you want to specify policies and rules at a high level for the service mesh, and then but doing it consistently, not necessarily for the service mesh across all everything, is a different problem altogether. With Nephio, we have a strong foundational element in the form of CRDs, in the form of KRM, the Kubernetes resource model. We want to utilize that and make sure that we apply it at scale, not necessarily focus on service meshes. So yeah, I mean, again, it's a, to most extent, it is kind of a dramatic idea. It's different. Part of it had been operationalized in some sense. Someone mentioned about 3GPP technical specification exists about how to specify the intent itself. We had actually taken into consideration what that intent looked like. We actually have some initial work done into, if you have to take into consideration security intents, what would the security intents look like? One advantage is doing this way of security is you get defense in depth automatically. I'll give you an example. Let's say you want to prevent DNS manipulation attack. Now this attack can be prevented at multiple layers. It can be prevented at a systems layer by not allowing anyone to update resolve.conf. It can be prevented at the network layer. By having this high-level security intent and an engine which actually converts it into individual policies and rules, you automatically get that defense in depth approach, where you have an engine which says, oh, this is the security intent. I have this policy engine here. This could be the appropriate rule in the context. So it gets secured at multiple layers automatically. So that's the advantage. And then it also has visibility into runtime aspects of things. That brings you into this. So if there are any telemetry events, those can be consumed by this operator. And that can eventually lead to other things. For example, if there is a workload which is public facing, I'm just calling it out. I'm just giving an example. In a lot of cases, your SMO might be connecting, which you might be considering that as a public facing application. You might want to deal with them in a separate way, in a different way. So how do you tackle all these scenarios? What this automation can hopefully bring in. That's what we are starting towards it. Like I said, it's a big journey. In R3, we expect to get the identity in place. Like I said, it's the foundational layer. Once you have that in place, you can play on that playground, in a much systematic way.
Yeah, I think what you say makes sense. Maybe the lens in which I was coming was a lot of these capabilities are not specific to Nephio, right?
Yes.
So I expect over time, as these efforts mature within Nephio, we should or we will collaborate with the larger, either open source initiatives or other such standards-based organizations to help facilitate outcomes.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is where the collaboration would be needed. And again, that's a great point. Some of these aspects are not Nephio specific, but they have a greater impact in the context of Nephio community. And that's why we're calling it out. At least the beginning should be made somewhere, right? So that's why we're calling it out. These are the problems we will face. Yeah. Thank you.
Any question from that side? I can pass the mic. Yeah.
Hi, Raghu. Thanks for the information. Yeah, I would like to understand. I mean, you mentioned we have identified a couple of topics or areas, right, where the security is important. So I see the zero trust network axis. So when you say that, I think there is on top of the upper layer, like zero trust architecture. I think ZTNA is one of the part.
Yes.
How about the monitoring? Because I think so. Instead of reactive, we have to be a proactive action, so that we need to have a continuous monitoring and also dynamic prevention of those things, right? Do you also consider the monitoring part as well?
Absolutely. I mean, thank you for bringing it up. It's not only from network perspective is what your message is. Zero trust is not only from the network's perspective. It has implications on every aspect of, you can, as a Kubernetes pod, you can say only these are the set of processes that should be allowed to execute. There are a bunch of other things that you can do. And then you are bringing up the other point that, it has to be preemptive, proactive in nature. Absolutely. You're spot on, actually. But again, we have to start somewhere. ZTNA is a concept that is understood well. Yes, that is also part of Zero Trust. But we have to build in layers, right? Eventually, whichever layer, we have to find owners who can deliver those things. We have to build in layers. The good news is that all these layers can be built independently depending upon what kind of interest lies. So, but absolutely, all of that is in the scope. If you go through the charter, this is explicitly quoted, whatever you just mentioned.
I think it's not new. I think if you see NIST, National Standard, they define the JTA.
Yes.
They covers the tenet 6. There are totally 6 tenets. So I think 1 or 2 talks about the monitoring and dynamic control of those stacks. And another part, I see the service mesh. So I think in the cloud native world, more than a south-north traffic, I think east-west traffic is the more vulnerable things. Okay.
Yes.
So do you also consider as part of the service mesh, like how do we protect this east-west traffic?
Yes, that is a mandate. In fact, what I would say is I would like to quote 3GPP TS 33501, which gives you some mandate in context of what kind of network security you have to have in place, which already quotes that you have to have east-west security as well. So in some cases, compliance is one of the compliance auditing forensics. These are the aspects which go hand in hand with security. In fact, those are integrated part of security, right? So we are taking into consideration some of these aspects, like 3GPP technical specifications are there. There is MITRE fight. There are NISA controls. All of these things essentially forms requirement for this special interest group. So absolutely, you're spot on. East-west traffic is a major concern as well. And this is one of the changing threat model, right? Which happens, which is now more visible in the context of public deployments or data center based deployments.
True.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, end of the day, what is that we are going to deliver to the table? Kind of a set of a guidelines or a working software that can handle, let's say, 10 types of security threats, or are you going to support any kind of a pluggable architecture where the different vendors can come and plug in their offerings into the ecosystem?
Perfect question. So yes, we have given a thought in that. So what is the final deliverable here? Great question. What we see is that once we have the security intents in place at a particular point in time, there might be different vendors who might fulfill these intents in their own way. We might want to have a framework which can validate if those intents are fulfilled in the appropriate way. Again, all this is slightly more futuristic, but having a framework allows you to build over a period of time towards that. So when we deploy, when the deployment gets instantiated, we want to make sure that we can validate that deployment to check whether some of the standard compliance things are taken into consideration for that scale. Is the automation in place? Are the security engines in place who can fulfill those kind of security intents? So all of this is part of the framework eventually. Thank you.
3 more minutes for Rahul.
Yes, Rajesh.
Is service mesh an integral component of your architecture? I missed the previous sessions, but
Yeah. I mean, there have been design discussions towards what is the model in which we'll integrate with service meshes. Are we going to go with Istio? Are we going to ship it along with Nephio? Are we going to go with Linkerd? What is it? What will the
but service mesh as a concept or framework? Do you want to go with service mesh as an integral component, or it's an option which the telco can choose?
We won't be making anything like mandated. It's not possible for us to mandate anything for whatever reason if someone decides to not use it. But we will at least have a framework where we'll say that if you do not deploy this, these are the compliance aspects that you'll.
Yeah, so that was my follow-up question. That suppose, let's say, if somebody is not using service mesh for various reasons, right? Then what happens to those security requirements? How do they meet?
They won't be met. And in that case, the intents will say, the operator will say that these are the security intents which have not been met.
There should be an alternative, right? I mean, the network is small or whatever reasons, overheads.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to security, if you accept the risk for whatever reason.
But it should not be dependent on service mesh. I'm saying the ability to enforce the same security controls must be there from a.
Correct. So then what you're saying is that the same security intent might be fulfilled in some other way, not necessarily from the service mesh.
Correct.
Which is okay. Yeah. Which would mean that when we deploy a security intent, it would say that this service mesh policy cannot be deployed because there exists no service mesh, but there is another line of defense which fulfills the same intent.
Ideally, service mesh coupled policy should be at a lower level. The intent should not define it as a service mesh policy, right? Intent should be a broad level.
Correct. Intent has got nothing to do with individual policy engines.
So how you execute that should be up to the lower levels. And if there is no service mesh, then it should be implemented in some other form.
Exactly. So the example that I quoted before, even the DNS manipulation attack, right? Like I said, even though it's DNS, it's not necessarily from the network perspective that you can secure. From the system's perspective, you can secure. You can secure from network perspective. The intent is going to be a high level construct, which would be taken into consideration by these adapters for different policy engine, which will say, oh, I know how to fulfill this intent. This is the possible way. Can I fulfill it in a strict way? Yes. All these are attributes to an intent. So yeah, I mean, it's a full framework. By the way, it's not a theoretical idea anymore.
Right.
We are already on that journey to see what would the intent spec look like. What would be the instantiation look like? What would the operator have to do in the context? Where would the operator be deployed? What is the role of management clusters and things like that? So all these discussions are happening in SIG security. If you're interested, please join that. It's a great forum to be. Thank you.
Yeah, we are right on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So out of 4 talks, we decided this morning, right? 2 are up and 2 more to go before we head out for lunch at 1 p.m. So before that, I just quickly wanted to ask a trivia question. Not say, but ask. Who knows that Nephio community was started by what period of time? Like, when was Nephio community started? Any random guess? Yeah. Perfectly right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't want to make this very. Yeah. All right. So let's ask a different question then. So, what is the predominant programming language used in Nephio in general?
Golang.
Go. Yeah, absolutely correct. Great. So awesome. I'll hand over the podium to the next speaker, who is Sandeep Sharma, who will be talking on Nephio R2 release. Basically, Sandeep is the principal architect from Arna Network. So yeah, Sandeep, please.
This is my. Hi everyone, my name is Sandeep. I'm the principal architect at Arna Networks. So I'm going to talk about the Nephio R2, and my talk might be more focused on the SIG automation group. Okay. So what are the features in the Nephio R2? So if any of you is familiar with Nephio R1, you will recall that in Nephio R1, we could orchestrate the free 5GC. Now, Nephio R2 brings in the multi-vendor support, and that is shown by orchestrating the OAI free 5GC plus OAI core and OAI RAN. OAI is open source community, and OAI has all the core network functions, containerized network functions, and the 3 RAN related network functions. Plus, OAI also has the simulators, the UE simulator using which you can pretty much test the end-to-end deployment. And all this has been automated in the Nephio R2. And then Nephio R2 also brings in the topology controller, which is in experimental phase at present. So what topology controller would enable the users is to specify the intent at the topology level. So this will be the CR using which you could specify the overall network topology, the network functions that are to be deployed in the data path or control path, plus the properties of those network functions. For example, if it is a UPF, you might specify that my UPF requires a special kind of hardware, and my UPF requires a special kind of location, special edge. Plus, of course, the kind of networks these network functions require. So all this information will be specified as a custom resource of the topology controller, and that is the high-level intent. And then
what else? Installer is another. Actually, installer was there in R1 as well, but I mean, it has been enhanced. So now there is a single command that you can run on your system, and you can pretty much create the end-to-end system. And it is very easy to try out Nephio. And there are very well written, well documented user guides, both for the free 5GC and the OAI, which you can try. And I recommend that you should try, because that gives a lot of clarity about the mission of the Nephio. And basically you will understand the whole notion of the intents and intent-driven automation, how the overall configuration that is required in order to deploy the network functions is generated and created dynamically, which is the magic of Nephio. And the end-to-end test suite. So this, I mean, if you try out the installer and the end-to-end test suite, so that is how basically you will end up running the OAI deployment. So I have given links for all the Git repos in my last slide. And documentation was a gap in R1, which has seen a lot of improvement now. So there is good documentation, and I have also provided a link to the documentation. So the main feature is the OAI 5G core and RAN automation. And OAI has the network functions for all the 5G core, and all these are containerized network functions. And OAI also has the RAN related network functions, namely the DU, CUCP, CUUP, plus the simulator that I talked about. And these are the network functions that are deployed as part of the OAI deployment when we install OAI using the Nephio R2. So what has Nephio, or what has the community developed for the automation? So primarily, so the flow starts with the operators. So first thing that is developed is the operators for both the core and the RAN. So RAN operator is developed using an SDK. So this basically will give you an idea about how anybody can create operators for their network functions using the SDK, which is, I mean, which is experimental at this phase, but this is a proof of concept. So there is one operator created for the RAN, and the same operator is deploying, the same operator deploys the all the three RAN network functions. And then there are operators for all of the 5G core components. And these operators are written in Python using the KOPF framework. So as the slide says, the green ones, which are the RAN related, they are written in Go, and they are present in the Nephio repo. I have provided the link for this in my last slide. And the pink or orange, pink one is are the Python-based KOPF based operators. So these operators, so what do they do? So these operators basically create all your deployment.yamls, your config maps, service account.yamls, basically whatever is required in order to deploy these network functions. So now going one layer above, what are these? What is the interface, or what is the API for these for these operators that I talked about? So there are two CRDs that are defined in the R2. So one is called the network NF deployment. So this is the same CRD, or the CRs of this CRD are what are reconciled by all the operators that I talked about in my previous slide. And that is how, we can standardize the development of the CRDs for network functions from different vendors or different organizations. And then the other main CRD is the NF config. So NF deployment has the information that is required to basically create the deployment.yaml of different network functions, be it AMF or be it the CUCP. And CN config spec defines the configuration that is required in order to create an AMF or in order to create CUCP or the UPF. Plus, there are other config related CRDs which are called config that contain information about the dependent configuration. For example, the RAN basically needs to know the interface information of the AMFs, for example. So when we create the bundle for the deployment of the RAN, and that bundle basically has the NF deployment CR, the NF config CR, plus the supporting config CRs. So they will contain information which is basically reconciled by these controllers, and they create the deployment.yamls, consume the configurations, resolve the dependencies with the AMF N2, N1, N2 kind of interfaces. So these are the, so first layer was the operators, first layer was the network function itself, then the operators for those network functions. Then above that are these CRDs. So this slide, I think there are subsequent presentations which might touch upon the details about the orchestration, but I'll talk about, I'll summarize the end-to-end flow of the automation. So the automation starts with a package variant object, which is an object of the porch. So there is detailed presentation on porch, I think next presentation. So porch basically gives you a Kubernetes interface to Git. So using porch, you can basically pull packages, mutate them, hydrate them, and push them back to the target repos to which the target clusters are reconciling to. And Porch has this object package variant where you specify your upstream repo, your downstream repo. And in the upstream repo, you have the base package. For example, your base package of AMF could have a very basic NF deployment spec, which has to be generated and created dynamically. And it will have almost empty config specs, which are to be populated by the informations like the network attachment, information that is required to create a network attachment, for example. And then Porch basically will pull this upstream repo, create a package variant, create a package revision, which is an object for the downstream repo. And then this package revision is worked upon by all the controllers and different functions which are generating the configuration that is required to create the complete NF deployment, NF config CRs dynamically. And this happens over, this happens over a pipeline. Basically, all these controllers which are responsible for maybe getting a VLAN or getting or interfacing with the IPAM, for example, generating the network interface definitions. So these are all the backend controllers. They are basically synchronizing on this pipeline. And every controller is taking its work from this pipeline, doing its job and setting certain conditions true. And that's how the whole synchronization happens. Eventually, this whole pipeline will succeed. Everything will become true. And the result of that will be a populated network deployment and network config CRs. And then those CRs are basically approved by a controller, which is called the approval controller. So in Porch, right, Porch has, in Porch, the packages have a life cycle. And only the approved packages are the ones which are consumed by or which are synced by the config sync. Config sync is basically your Git sync, which is sitting in the target clusters. And that is continuously syncing the configurations in its repo. And Porch's job is, and Porch combined with all these controllers, so their job is to pull base packages or golden templates, mutate them, hydrate them based on the requirement of that network function and based on the environment of the target cluster, right? I mean, what kind of network exists in the target cluster. So all that automation, all that magic happens here. And then the mutated package is pushed into the target repo. And a controller is continuously watching this pipeline that is called the approval controller. So this controller is basically, it sees when all the conditions are met, it will auto approve that package. And once it is auto approved, the config sync is going to pull it. And that's how your network functions will get deployed, because that pull of the config sync will create the NF deployment custom resource. And then in your target cluster, you have the NF, you have the operators that I talked about, the RAN and core operators, which are reconciling on this NF deployment object. And that's how your all your network functions will get deployed. Yeah, there is a lot of detail into it. I could, for my, the time slot and the number of slides, I just gave you an idea. I recommend that you try this out, and yeah, this will help you understand. So these are the references. So I have put a link to the user guide. So this user guide has, it is for OAI and for Free5GC both. You can browse through it. And then there is a recorded demo, which is basically created by following this user guide. This will help you, create a demo on your own if you want. And then GitHub pointers to the OAI operators, both RAN and core. Yeah, so that's all I have.
Now, this slide's context, how do you get this intent? Where do you take that intent in this slide?
So intent is even above this.
Is it super high, or can you locate it or get it somewhere closer to this picture? It will be helpful.
So intent would be the topology controller CR, which is not in this diagram. But imagine that there is a topology controller and there is a CR, there is a custom resource that you created in which you specify that the spec says that you want to deploy a network function and the kind is AMF, and it is from this openair-interface.org. And then you also say that you want to deploy a RAN. So that's how you basically create the spec of the topology controller. Now, topology controller, as part of its reconciliation, will create these objects, these package variant
My
objects.
question is, would there be, or trying to understand, would there be lower intents? I get that higher view, but would there be a cascading down or a percolation down, and there would be definitions at the lower levels as well, maybe at this level, just to visualize? Would there be, or?
So by lower level, what do you mean? At the core configuration level of the network function?
Yes.
That
Do you envisage?
I doubt that it will be in scope of the topology controller. So it is meant for high level intent, and the details of how to generate the configurations specific to network functions. So that is the crux of the automation. The business logic of the automation, the supporting KRM functions and controllers should know how to generate the configurations of the.
You mean basically they should be able to translate?
They should, yes. That's what happens in the OAI pipeline. It knows how to generate. You want to add?
Thank you.
And maybe the way to look at it is, this is the scope of topology controller. The next level of bottom intent is what Kubernetes will specify, right? If you are looking at, let's say, edge cloud CRDs and so forth. So there's a clear distinction between what Nephio is building and what the underlying Kubernetes capabilities will look like.
Exactly.
Right.
So my point was, the user in Nephio is mostly specifying the business intent, the high level intent, and the lower level intent should be driven automatically.
Yeah,
which are specific to, like Kaushik said. Okay. Yeah.
OAI operator, right? Were they already there?
No. So OAI operators are, so these operators are what are written in R3.
Okay, so both of them, for the core as well as for the RAN.
So RAN, there is one operator which is basically creating all three network functions. It is more of a reference because it is a step towards the SDK. The SDK for creating these operators. So look at it more as a reference architecture or a reference for creating operators for your, if you have any network functions. And core ones are Python based, KOPF based operators. Yeah, so they were written. Maybe the implementation might have started before R3, but the whole definition of this NF deployment CRD. So all that happened in R3. So that is.
Thank you.
Nephio operator SDK, are you going to add some additional functionality than the base Kubernetes operator SDK, or you're taking that as a plain, using it as it is for Nephio context?
No, it will have functionality which is required to create operators, specific to or which can work in
The Nephio construct.
Yeah. At present, it's experimental, it's basic, but that is the plan.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Right, great. So thank you very much, Sandeep. That was superb talk provided, given the 15-minute span that you had. All right, so since the past two questions I asked were too light, and Kaushik also said that isn't a valid question. So let me ask a more complicated one. So what do you think are the emerging technologies that will play key role in the telco networks?
Driven automation.
Yeah, that is one. In any given telco networks, let's say 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, which will be playing a massive role in the network slicing, all right?
Generative AI.
Threat UI. AI-based automation, yeah. That's perfectly on spot. Service exposure, great. Awesome. So I would like to ask one more on the same lines. This is like question that you all might be having as part of your day-to-day task. What are some key performing indicators used by your let's say organization to measure network performance? It could be any like KPI that matters the most in terms of measuring the network performance. Latency is one on top, yeah. Network latency. Throughput. There are a bunch of more, as what Google Gemini is showing me here. Capacity utilization isn't here, but then thanks for taking effort. Yeah.
Does that mean wrong answer?
Resource utilization.
Yeah, resource utilization. All right. That was a great icebreaker. Thank you very much for collaborating and showing your interest in answering. All right, so upcoming 30 minutes, right? I'll hand it over to Samar, who's representing the Orange Innovations, and he's going to talk about Nephio package orchestration, the poach power. So yeah, Samar, all yours.
Okay, first of all, thank you for this opportunity, and I hope I'm audible at the back, or do I need a mic? Is it okay at the back? I am Samar Siddharth, Manager Solutions and Services at Orange, and this is my wonderful team who's working along with me on Forge. And here I'm going to present the story from the telco operator side and how we utilized Forge. So I'm here to tell the story from the telco operator side and how we utilized Forge to actually address one of the problem that we were having, and it was one of the questions that how we integrate with the existing GitOps tools like Flux and other tools, and I'll cover that later in the part of the slides. This would be the agenda for my my session, and I'll quickly go over the telco context, which Kaushik has already given a very good overview, and I'll then go to the problem statement with the Porch introduction, solution, and finally concluding with the demo and the concluding statement. So as a context, currently with 5G, the telco world is going through a rapid transformation, and we are seeing migration from private cloud to public cloud, and the applications are transforming from monolith to microservices, and we as a telco operator should be capable enough to handle this transformation efficiently. And what we are looking for is a solutions that we can engage to make the journey of this transformation easier. So on this note, we have a project that is an internal project by the name Network Integration Factory, which is implementing the GitOps and the DevOps principles for deploying the containerized workload. Yeah. So at this slide, I would cover the evolution of Kubernetes resource management. So at the first layer, when we started, we had to deal with, we were managing YAML files or group of YAML files, and it was a bunch of YAML files that we were dealing with. And the second layer that got added on top of that was the templating and customization. So this brought the reusability on top of the YAMLs we had, and the concept of packaging, and then easy installation and rollback. Then we added the layer of GitOps. So we brought everything into a single source of truth and used version control systems like Git to manage them. So this is currently where we are for most of us, and this really solves a lot of problems. But when talking from a telco perspective, there are still few things that needs to be addressed. So like in telco, we have different experts coming from different domains. So there's a lot of coordination that is required to get a final output from them that is deployable on a cluster. So for that, you need to consult each of them and then have their inputs. And then there's a lot of coordination effort that goes. And think of the scale when we have multiple vendors, an application coming from different vendors, and probably the same application coming from the multiple vendors. So you'll have a lot of management that needs to be done. So the idea is to transform the coordination into kind of a collaboration, and we'll see how we utilized Porch to actually address that problem in this. So before the solution part, I'll just quickly give a brief overview of Porch, because I think Sandeep was also mentioning about the package variant and all that part. So Porch is a very key component of Nephio's management cluster. So if you can, I have just highlighted it for you. And there are two key terms that I would like to highlight. That is the KRM and the configuration as data. So KRM is the configuration structure that is basically understood by Kubernetes. So it follows a standard structure. Every manifest that we work is a standardized manifest, and configuration data is an approach for managing configuration. Representing configuration as a structured data, probably like a KRM, and then clients can interact with it using the APIs. And also we have a segregation of configuration and the functions that are executing on this part of configuration. So we have a clear segregation on that part. Yeah. So Porch basically is KPT as a service. So KPT is a tool again from Google. That is a GitOps tool that we use to, like we can use the CLI to generate KPT packages. It is a bundle of KRM resources put together and packaged. And there are KRM functions, so which take the files from the package and process the custom logic or the function that are already available and output them. So this is something that we have been using. And as an orchestrator, Porch has the responsibility of discovering these packages, managing like creating, updating, deleting, and also the approval part, as Sandeep was mentioning, that is it required for a package to be deployed, it should be approved. So any question up till now related to this? Yeah. So this is a package variant screenshot that I took from the GitHub, and this is basically the upstream repo, and this is the downstream repo. So on the upstream side, we have the blueprint packages. So where it's kind of a blueprint, there's no actual data, but the package variant pipeline that we defined. We have mutators, we have validators, we have injectors that act upon this package and then transform it into something that can be readily consumed and push it into the downstream repository that we have. So the concepts that we are using for our demo are like the injector, we are using it to inject the overriding configuration that we want at runtime, and probably we'll cover it in the demo part.
Can I just switch previous slide?
Yeah.
Previous. Yeah.
Mm.
Can you elaborate on the discovery part?
Yeah, if you can elaborate. Yeah. So when you register a repo with KPT, so it basically tries to discover the KPT packages that are all. So when you create a KPT package with the command, so there is a file or a resource by the name KPT file that goes there. So that is the entry point for the KPT engine to discover the existing KPT packages that are there in the repo. So the discovery is that part. That once you register, so you get a list of packages that are already existing there, their current state, whether they are draft or approved.
So just to cast it a little higher level, if you go to the previous stage, right now the overall philosophy of the thing is to coordinate the different roles here. So who, for example, the NF expert, who's bringing in the packages into the repo?
Yeah, I'll cover that in the solution part. So I have this.
Okay, then I'll just hold on. I'll wait for you to finish.
Okay, so this was our experimentation with the KRM function that we had. So by default, we had a search replace function. So it took two inputs, the path and the value. But what we experimented was that we don't want it to give two inputs. We wanted to have a key value pair where the key representing the path and the value representing the value to be replaced. And with this, we saved the iteration. So earlier we were having 3 iterations just to replace the values in a single file. So we could just bring it down to a single iteration where we replaced all the 3 parameters in single iteration. So this was just a small modification to the existing search and replace function that we did for our use case. So now coming to the solution part. So probably I'll start with a guess if anyone could guess what could be the next evolution that we could see. We have reached up till GitOps. It could. So it's kind of exposing things as an intent. So which is again the Nephio principle that we have. So what we tried to do. So we brought together all the experts. We condensed the knowledge that they had in form of KPT packages and the customized KRM function and the logic that we have in our CRD. So the CRD that we build goes by the name RFS, a resource facing service. So it's a generic term that we use. So we brought the knowledge from different teams, like what is their expectation, what is the requirement, so that we generate single output that can be reviewed by them all together. So that was the intention. And with the CRD, we exposed it as an intent, as a Kubernetes instance, which could be consumed through the Kubernetes API by the external systems. So coming to your question, for the solution part, the packages that we built or the packages that we designed, so it was something that we were taking input from our different teams. So as an operator, we have different teams like expert on particular vendor who are dealing with that vendor day in, day out. So they know the parameters that needs to go there. So we kind of from specializing to we went to the generalizing approach. So we tried to generalize few of them, but for our demo case, we were using free 5GC only, but we haven't gone to any vendor as such to capture these packages in form of KPT. But the idea is that we sit together with all the different teams. We try to generalize the information and put it back to the KPT packages and the CRD logic that we are building on.
Okay, so I was thinking that there's some kind of a meta structure which was conceived so that these various inputs are coming from the different roles can be represented in a certain form, what we're calling as an intent, and then that kind of gets translated to an action.
Currently, this was just a demo, but for that, we are actually looking out for the TM Forum APIs just to have a common structure that we can utilize to capture this intent and then probably see how we can translate that. So that is still in progress, but not in a very...
Sure. Thanks. Thank you.
So this is what a RFS controller would do. So probably I'll start explaining the repository. So this is the upstream or the blueprint repo that we have, where we have the package blueprints. This is the provisioning repo where we have certain prerequisite and requirements that we gathered from the different experts. So we have it here, and it is syncing to the RFS cluster in a GitOps way. So any changes that are made here are translated into Kubernetes config map. As of now, we are using config map to pull in those data and keep it in sync with the RFS controller. And this is the downstream repo where the hydrated package would be pushed. So this currently here is an example of the blueprint file. So our use case was to see if we can use Pod to leverage the existing GitOps ecosystem that is there as a part of the network integration factory program. So it was quite hard for the operations team to integrate new things or Helm chart with the GitOps part. So what we generalized was that we created a general template for integration of any Helm chart with the GitOps tool. So the resources that you see here are Helm release, Helm repository, a customization file, and the values override file that would be used to override the values of the Helm chart. So it takes the package from the blueprint, and it takes some supporting configuration data that was again coming from the Git, and then generates a downstream package, which is then consumed by the intent deployment system, which in our case is the network integration factory. Yeah, so high level flow that I would like to cover is that, so consider this as a service orchestrator that is the consumer of the intent that we expose through the resource orchestrator. That is a combination of the RFS controller and pods that we have. And this is the inventory that would supply some supplementary data that would be required to fulfill the intent. And this is the GitOps tool that is already existing in the network. So we wanted to see if we can integrate it with it using the concept of Nephio through intent. So this is the existing setup, and this is the target cluster. So there is no direct connectivity between either the service orchestrator, resource orchestrator. So the target cluster is only reachable via the GitOps tool. So the first request is where you are sending the intent. So intent can be as simple. So this is the simplified version. So I want to deploy an NRF in France using the NIF tooling zone. So this is the intent that I have expressed to the resource orchestrator. So now it's up to the resource orchestrator how it will fulfill it. So for that, it would require some services from the inventory and the package orchestration to publish the downstream package. So second part is where it fetch some data from the inventory. Yeah. So it is fetching some data like the version of the Helm chart that you want to deploy, the namespace, and all the data that was pre-provisioned in the inventory that has been pulled in from the inventory for the further creation of the package variant. I'm not sure it's stuck. I think, Rahul, your internet is slow. And yeah, so the third step is where the RFS controller creates the package variant, and then the control goes to the pods controller. So as soon as the package variants get created, it will go to the upstream repo to fetch in the contents of the upstream repo. So upstream repo, the contents I showed. So this is a Helm release resource, Flux Helm release resource. All the values here are dummy values that are to be changed. So there is no real value in it. So this is a template that can be reused to deploy any Helm chart using Flux. So next step is the Porch hydrated this package with the KRM function, the custom logic that we had. So now based on the intent, so we have identified that the application that you wanted to deploy was a free 5GC NRF, and the namespace and the version of the application, it should be, yeah, so 0.2.7 and everything. And the values that you wanted to override as per your target environment. So these are captured as config map, and the Helm repository that you wanted to use to deploy the Helm chart. So once that is done, the package is pushed to the downstream repo, which is being continuously monitored by the GitOps tools that we have. So at step 6, as soon as it receives the updated package in the downstream, so the Flux reconciles and create the resources like the Helm repository, Helm release, and which in turn triggers the deployment of the NRF resources on the target cluster. So once that is done, so the RFS controller is waiting for the events from the Flux so that it can convey the status back to the orchestrator, because orchestrator needs to know what is the current state of the intent that it expressed, whether it was fulfilled or not. So you need to send something back to the orchestrator to actually validate if the request was successful or not. So the same intent is then pushed back to the orchestrators. So yeah. So in this, this part in the middle represents the package discovery and the authoring state. So this is again pulled in from the package variant resource and just pushed it to the RFS status part. And the part above it is representing the approval status of the package. The package that was created was published. Published means it was approved. And the part that is below, we are representing the current status of the intent in the target cluster. So the Helm release that was intended to be deployed got deployed. So we had this message. So in this case, it was upgraded. So upgrade was succeeded. And this is the details of the remote host, like the IP of the tooling zone that implemented the intent. So I'll quickly go to the demo. Yeah. So we have a service orchestrator, we have a target cluster and the controller, RFS controller that is running. So on the target cluster, I'll try to list the free 5GC namespace. So in this, I'm deploying the entire free 5GC instead of the NRF. So there's currently no namespace by the name free 5GC. And on the service orchestrator side, I would just apply my intent. So after the application of the intent, it would trigger the creation of the package variant and the hydration of the packages. And finally, once it is pushed to the downstream, it will trigger the deployment of the application. So for now, I'll just use the API to fetch the current status of the package variant resource or of the RFS that was created. So currently, the packages are being created. So any question? Probably if we can answer in the meantime. Just right after the demo, so or alas, I have to start all over then. So yeah, so the status got changed. The package was in draft state at this point. So that means the package got created, but still the hydration part is still going on. So where we are injecting the custom values into it. Sorry for that. So now we got this message from the Flux CD that the repository was successfully fetched and it was created as a resource on the Flux side. And so the free 5GC namespace got created, and we'll check out for the pods. Yeah. So yeah, we have the free 5GC instance running on this. And now the final status is that the installation succeeded. So this is kind of the status that we send back to the service orchestration to mark the request as completed or failed. So going back to the
Someone just to say that we are at 1 p.m.
Oh, so I'll just quickly go back to the, and I know it's lunch after, so I'll not keep you waiting for that. I'll have to stop. This one, was this the slide that you wanted me to? Okay. This one? Yeah, so you, okay. So intent is something that is being, for in our case, so this is just an example which we implemented with pods. So this is like not probably if you're trying to look at from the Nephio angle. So we are using the concepts, but so intent is something. So this is from a orchestrator, end-to-end orchestration part where we wanted to expose this intent. So the CRD that we build, we consider it as an intent. So it is being exposed by this RFS controller as a Kubernetes CRD. And service orchestrator is the consumer of that intent by utilizing the APIs extensibility that we have with the Kubernetes. So we are using the Kubernetes API and exposing them to the service orchestrator. It could be anything. It's just that it should know how to interact with the API and what to do with the output that we are getting. No. It can be anything. So that's not specifically for its CMAN or ONAP. Okay, that's it from my side. Any questions, probably, or yeah.
So the CRDs are being used here only for
Exposing an intent, and they also have some custom logic that goes behind to translate that intent in, like with intent we only specify what we want, but how it has to be achieved is again to the controller logic that we have built in. So yeah, for this use case that we had, so we wanted to be it like this, that we wanted to use the existing GitOps ecosystem that we already have in place and didn't want it to reinvent everything. So we already have Helm charts for different vendors and they were running. So we wanted to see if we can have an additional layer of Porch and a CRD and make it more intent driven rather than, so it was more targeted toward easing out the end user journey. So currently people who are not aware of Kubernetes, and there are quite a few in the telco domain. So it's quite overwhelming for them to learn the GitOps and then the Helm and Kubernetes. So we wanted to have a sort of intent-driven approach for them. So that's how we thought of using Porch as a enabler for that.
Yeah, there is one question. Yeah, so one challenge which we face in this GitOps way of implementing, GitOps ways to know the status of the applications at our target cluster. So it's a general question, not exactly maybe specific to your presentation. So I just wanted to know, like, have you also faced this kind of issue or challenge? If yes, is there any solution which you guys have thought of?
This is definitely a common challenge, and that's why I put a special part of the status on the slide. So, and this from the Nephio perspective is also quite important because it's not only specifying the intent, but also we should be able to determine whether the intent that we specified has been fulfilled successfully or not. So that is also a key component. And for this, what we used was that we realized on the Flux events and we translated that to the RFS controller, and which RFS controller then pushed it back to the RFS controller's resource status, which was then consumed by the service orchestrator. So for like, there's no solution, but we are using whatever is available with the different tools. So we have no specific solution for that.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
How plug and play are the GitOps tools? Like, could you easily replace Flux with config sync tool in this?
So yeah, that's a good question, and I think from config sync perspective, so we haven't tried it, but yeah, they are quite plug and playable because the setup that we are deploying is again through a CI/CD pipeline. You just need to replace the tool that you want, and finally you can get it. But we haven't experimented with Flux because, with config sync. It's majorly Flux that we work on. So, but it is plug and playable. So you can enable the tools that you want in this system. So if you want to replace it with config sync, then it's quite doable, not a problem with that. So the idea to use Flux is that we already have it running and we wanted to show that we can integrate Porch with Flux as well, or the other challenge like the Helm chart or the existing Helm chart. So we could capitalize with Porch on that part as well.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Have this been tried in any real virtual sites, edge sites, up to any level, for example, GitOps level or?
This GitOps, yeah, we recently had a successful deployment. I think Sham, they can. So we deployed it, upgraded entire Oracle SCP and SEP in Orange, Belgium with this GitOps approach, and it was the effort that it took as compared to the manual effort was really comparable. So we already did, this part is already working in the network.
Right.
So we wanted to focus on this part. So
great.
Here we wanted to have the Nephio knowledge come into picture.
Great, good.
Great. So in the interest of time, I think.
Yeah. Thank you for your feedback.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Samar, for the insightful, interesting, and very interactive speech that you've given. So just 5 more minutes before we leave. Just wanted to facilitate back the sign of respect with speaker mementos that we had planned for. So I'd like to call Rahul to hand over the speaker mementos to the first half speakers that we had. So first is Kaushik. Can you please? Yeah. Venkat, can you? Can we have a round of applause, please? Great. Thank you, Kaushik. And the next speaker is Rahul himself. So I do not know how to handle the situation. Yeah, a mixed match. Kaushik is facilitating Rahul.
So the photo doesn't change
Yeah, we could have. Yeah. Thank you, Rahul. And two more speakers from the morning's slots. Sandeep, can you please come in? Yeah. Rahul again to facilitate. Yeah. A round of applause for Sandeep again. Yeah. And the fourth is Samar. So Samar, please.
R&R.
Yeah.
And a big thanks to Elephant for sponsoring this. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Absolutely. So just wanted to show the upcoming agenda, right? So 1 to 2 is the planned lunch. So I'm aware that we are 10 minutes up against the planned schedule. So please try to be back by 2 or 2:10 max. We'll get started with the 3 talks that we have in the afternoon. One by Subhash from Samsung, 2 to 2:30. Another 2:30 to 3 by the Infosys team, Nishi and Girish. And the last by Atul from Red Hat, that spans for 30 minutes again, 3 to 3:30. And the last 30 minutes, we'll have a networking Q&A, getting to know each other sessions, 3:30 to 4. So this is the second half agenda. Wanted to reiterate on the same lines. Before that, it'll be super awesome if all come together here and we'll have a group picture so that we have that posted on our socials.
Group here?
Yeah.
Three or four guys can go. Yeah, the taller guys.
I
don't need to be tall to go.
Yeah, Akadas also is there.
Self-organizing.
This crowd probably should go. Or maybe a first row could be slightly.
There's no automation here.
We could use this cameras too, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Is this covering one?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, cheese.
Don't think she's doing lunchtime. Already hungry. I think we had a better cheese.
1, 2, and 3. There you go. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice talk, coach.
Good to see the active participation.
Let's break for lunch. Lunch on the other side of the building. Just walk on the same floor on the other side. There are some set of tables reserved for us. In case if the table is full, please feel free to find your chairs.
One more audience camera. Mute Hi all. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes, so please stay put. Thank you all. We have a bunch of new people joining on the Zoom as well, so just an FYI.
Just floating.
In distributing that at the last 3:30. If you can come, that one help. All right, so we are already at 2:16, 16 minutes ahead of the schedule. So I think ideally it will be nice if we get started with respect to us adhering to the planned time and respecting everyone's busy schedules, and also our online participants that are waiting for us. All right, so hope you all had a great lunch and came back with same level of energy like we had in the first half of the session. And to reiterate on the same lines, 2 to 2:30 would be talk by Subhash, and 2:30 to 3 is a talk by end-to-end 5G orchestration by Nishi and Girish from Infosys. And 3 to 3:30, the last talk by Atul from Red Hat on Red Hat and Nephio together, building synergy for scalable ORAN. So yeah, this is the upcoming lineup. I wanted to reiterate on the same lines. So before that, like I've always been doing, the trivia again, with respect to end-to-end, right? Can anyone tell me what the other E stands for? Like we use E2E, right? E2E testing, E2E, let's say validation, E2E deployment, etc. So wanted to understand in the lines of 5G orchestration, what does E2E specify? Yeah, any answers appreciated. Edge to edge, okay, good try. Getting closer. Edge to phone, E to E it is. Both the words start by E. Yeah, the question again, with respect to Nephio, right? Nephio orchestration, what does E to E signify? End-to-end is something everyone knows. But what is that end-to-end? Yeah, ran to, getting close. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the answer is with respect to Yes, exactly. Complete workflow from start to end to end. That's exactly what I was looking for. Wonderful. So will not take much of your time in terms of proceeding further. So I'll call out Subhash to talk on optimizing telco operations using service assurance strategies and policy framework. So yeah, Subhash, the floor is yours.
Is it possible to be put in a bigger mode? Overview. All right. Let me try that. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, the presenter can. Okay, now you are.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is energized to go for this session. Okay. So yeah, so this session is about optimizing the telco operation. And here I will be talking about the service assurance and the policies. These are the two concepts, right? So service assurance, which talks about how we can improve the user experience, end user experience, right, by meeting the certain SLAs. So we'll see around it. And the policy framework, which talks about governance and the administration of your network, means how we could do in a declarative way. So these two aspects we'll see in a further slides. Okay. So yeah, actually I had a good animation in this particular slide, but yeah, somehow PPT got corrupted, so I'm presenting in a PDF mode. So just focus on this particular middle picture. So that will give you the idea about end-to-end service, what exactly the E2E means here. Okay. So when we create a service, so that involves your access, transport, and the core network, right? So we create a different services in these three domains. Okay. So you can see it here. Yeah. So this particular pointer, if you see it, so that is the access network, transport, and the core. So E2E service defines actually these three domains. Okay. And again, you can break it down into each services. You can break it down into CNF, either the VNF. Okay, so that will be realized over the infrastructure. So that is the basic picture. It's like how the end-to-end service looks, and how another domain service and CNF or VNF will look like, and how the infrastructure actually comes into the stack, right? So that is the whole picture. Okay. So let's come to the idea of the service assurance. What exactly we mean by the service assurance? So for the end user experience, we generally think about the SLAs. There are certain SLAs that we need to meet it. There are different kind of slices like EMBP, URLC, MMTC. So these are the different kind of slices that require a different kind of SLAs, and we need to meet it, right? So how we do it? So that and behind that, the service assurance actually will help you to fulfill those SLAs. So that is the whole idea about the SLA. Okay. So yeah, before going to much detail, I'll just talk about some kind of services like network slice service and SLA based service. Generally, when we create a service, they generally fall in these two categories. So network slice as a service, so that is like we create from our infra, we create a logical entities out of it, and then we try to use it by different tenants or different for different purposes. So it is like running in some isolation. So those are like a 5G enterprise service, private 5G, smart factory. So those kind of services actually comes into falls in that category. And another kind of service category is SLA based. SLA based means I'm going to observe that particular entity, whether it is providing that particular KPI parameter. Means, for example, you take an example of the cloud gaming. Okay, so that is like a latency sensitive, right? And also it requires a lot of bandwidth. So I'll observe those services, what kind of KPI it is providing me, and based on that means I'll try to take certain action, right? So so this is the particular this kind of services. And in the Nephio, currently in work group 5, we are trying to focus on this particular type of services. Okay. And now I'm coming back to this picture. So here you can see that there's a one more box called monitoring and the analytics. And also you're seeing the different layers there, right? So I'm monitoring the end-to-end service, NS network services I'm monitoring, NF also I'm monitoring, and infra. So if you go into this particular these layers, right, you will see a different kind of KPI parameter. It is not necessarily you're not able to correlate it. You're not able to understand like how they are the correlated. So you need to connect those KPI parameters, okay? And then comes the analytics. So analytics, either you will do the analytics on this particular layer, and you try to understand try to understand the meaning out of it for that particular layer, okay? But yeah, you observe one important thing. Each layer are interrelated. So we need to develop some kind of analytics framework so that it can correlate all the layers, and it will try to come up with the meaning, or you can say it try to come up with some action. And after the correlation, we will try do certain action on the network so that we meet those KPI parameter. Okay, so that we can enhance actually the end user experience. So that is the idea about the service assurance. So currently, this blue box actually, the blue box is the area where we are focusing in the Nephio, particularly in the workgroup 5. So that we call it service assurance. Because and also you try to see in this picture, Nephio is also not limited to only to the NF layer or the infra layer. You have you can cross the boundaries. You can also bring the services under the Nephio. That possibility is there. But yeah, currently with our scope of the Nephio, we are bounding ourselves in this particular box. Okay, and we are actually we can realize this potential also. So that is open to us actually. Okay. Sorry. And yeah, as in our previous sessions from the COSIC also, you might have seen this particular idea actually, the zero touch operation. For the any slice, it is very important that you do all the operation with the zero touch. You don't have to manually intervene anything. For example, initialization, deployment, operation, or anywhere. You don't have to involve any manual work. It has to be a zero touch. Then only we can realize the idea of the slice. Okay. And it is also very important, everything should be fully automated. So whenever the demand comes, immediately we will able to deliver those kind of services. So Nephio actually offering those kind of operational automation, configuration, and deployment automation. So you see here, like a deployment, what Nephio offers. Deployment automation, means like how we can deploy NF infrastructure automation, how we can provision our infrastructure so that we can host those NFs, or we can deploy those CNFs, okay? And the configuration operation, like we talked about the porch, right? So there we see that configuration as a code. So Nephio is generating those configuration. So that is the idea of the configuration automation. And also the CI/CD, which definitely you can hook your CI/CD system so that you can deliver the packages on to the Nephio. And what currently we are missing, the day 2 part in the Nephio. Day 0 part already we covered it. The day 2 part is missing there. So that's why we are trying to work on the auto healing, auto scaling. So here I call it a policy driven approach. Like suppose I want to scale my UPF, right? Automatically, right? So I'll put some kind of policy that it should not scale beyond 10 in the number or 100 in the number. So that kind of policy I can put it. And the next one, the closed loop control. It's a very important for the day-to-day activity, right? So here I'm talking about the ML driven approach. So that is like a ultimate dream. We'll see. It's like how we are approaching it. Currently, we are trying to go with the rule-based approach. Okay, the first baby step we are taking with the rule-based approach, and we are dreaming about the ML. Means how our control loop should be driven by the ML. So that also we will see in further slides. So yeah, now I'm coming down to the Nephio. So this is I think, is it not visible? Okay, let me try that. I hope is it visible now. Is it visible now?
I think you can go full screen.
Okay, let me try that. Oh. No. Shall we go with this? Echo is there. Echo. Okay. Mic is okay. Again, echo is. It's muted already.
Hello, can you hear us? Test. Hello. It's fixed now. It was unmuted, this thing, laptop audio.
Test. Could someone please in the bridge, could you confirm if I'm audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good to go. Okay. So yeah, this particular slide actually will give you the idea how Nephio exactly fits, how different control loops comes into the picture, how any top level entity who is sitting on the north of the Nephio could work along with the Nephio, and how the Kubernetes operator also bring their control loop. Okay, so the first loop will go there. So it is where the Nephio as a domain controller serving to the MSO. Okay, so what I talk about here, Nephio will collect some of the NF related KPI or some information it will collect around the NF, and also it will have one system for the service assurance till NF level. Okay, it will offer to the higher layer or higher level service assurance system so that they can use the offering from the Nephio, and then they built the end-to-end service assurance system. Okay, so the top layer need not to take care about the NF, only it will think around the services, and in that way it will try to talk with the Nephio service assurance system. And again, here you can see that in service assurance system, we are doing the analysis and correlation and also the monitoring. So monitoring we are doing on all the NFs, and also I hope everyone understand. We could not actually monitor everything. Otherwise, we'll bombard our management system with all kind of parameters, right? So you try to understand that we should only observe which is required. Okay, so we'll collect those kind of KPI parameter, and based on that, we'll try to do the analysis correlation, and then we'll take the further step. The second control loop, where the Nephio uses the Git ops to manage the configuration and pass it to the workload cluster. So that we are well aware of that, right? Using the Posh, we can prepare the our configuration, and then we'll try to put in our Git repository, and finally it will get synchronized on the workload cluster, or reconcile in the workload cluster. So that is the second control loop. So that is we are well aware. And the third one, the Kubernetes operator manages the NF lifecycle. So from the previous session, you must have understood that we deploy one operator first, so that we can pass our intent to that operator, and the operator actually take care of the NF. So that is the closest loop. Okay. So here the idea is that let's say you would like to take an action very close to the NF, or that you would like to a quick response, or you would like to take a quick action. So you have to be at the third closed loop. I mean, like you have to be near to the NF. Okay. And here I also mentioned some policies that I'm injecting via the Nephio, and the policies are available in the workload cluster. So that idea I just wanted to introduce. Using the policy, you can take a quick action. So as far you go from the NF, you will see there is a latency in that loop. You must have be aware about how the OR and SC works, right? There's a near RT, non-RT. Based on the different latency, different use cases, we put our application on those layers. Okay. Okay. So I'll go to the next slide. Okay. So yeah.
Is latency the primary driver for the third loop versus the second, or are there like compliance and other operational reasons that also depend?
Currently, I see when we would like to take a real-time action, right? For example, you take a DU bandwidth assurance that currently we are working on it. So we are trying to be very close to the to DU, so that from the DU we will get to know the current PRB utilization, and based on that PRB utilization, we configure the bandwidth. So that's why we would like to be there.
But that's like that's using latency as the bounding box, right? For keeping it local. Do you see other operations, like for example, certain data should not traverse beyond the edge, right?
That's also
Operational and other reasons.
It's like data should not leave your workload cluster, right? So that's also one interesting thing. Yeah, but currently we in the Nephio we are working in this model that observability will collect all the KPI parameter that will be available in the management cluster. And also, if you are in a workload cluster, you can subscribe to it. You can collect the KPI parameter then and there. So that's also one use case. Different use cases are there. And yeah, one interesting thought also I came up. Suppose you would like to do training, right? When you come to the ML, right? So you can't do it at the end system. You require a lot of the resources, and those things you can put offline training. You can do it, and then you can prepare the model and you can deploy it. So those things you also will see in the further slides. Yeah. So yeah, interesting ideas will come definitely with the service assurance. A lot of ideas are there. Okay, so in the service assurance framework, there are multiple participants. So for example, actors. So that is the DevOps who prepare the intent, service assurance intent, and pass it to the system. Service assurance controller who prepares the control loop based on that intent. And currently we are in community, we are discussing how NF to infra. There's another project who can take the responsibility of placing the actor pod. So I'll come to there. Third one, observability. So it is responsible for collecting all the KPI parameters from the different cluster. Actually, Nephio is the cluster of the cluster, right? So you collect all the KPI parameters from the different cluster and try to come up with some context. Earlier, it was not possible, right? We were only just seeing the context from the single cluster, KPI parameter from the single cluster, and we are taking the decision. So those things also are there. For example, your RAN might be sitting some different cluster, and your UPF will be sitting in a different cluster. So you can correlate it. I mean, like you can collect a KPI parameter, you can correlate it. So that's why like observability is collecting KPI parameters from different cluster. Actor pod. Okay, I'll come here later. First, data lake. So data lake is a place where we collect all the KPI parameter and keep it there. And the most important part is the actor pod. So actor pod actually carries the business logic there. Okay, so in actor pod, you can put some kind of business logic, and based on your KPI parameter, that logic will trigger the action. Okay, so yeah, and also the actor pod you can keep closer to your NF, either you can put in the management cluster itself. So that options we have it. Okay. And then I'll come to the different assurance loop based on the different scenarios, like auto healing. Like let's say something is broken into the your workload cluster, and you would like to heal it. So that so you need to check the status, right? So that control loop, auto scaling. Like some resource is not able to fulfill the required KPI parameter, so you would like to scale it or scaling. Suppose you want to save your infra, so that control loop. Policy based loop, like you have configured certain policies in your cluster. So we need to identify those policies, and based on that policy, we need to decide that what should be the deployment, how the deployment should look like, whether it should be isolation or it should be allowed to communicate with the different things. So with the policy, we can control it. Intent-based loop. So
And see, all these workloads are just, I think, constrained within a data center.
Right.
And the other day we are talking about data center workloads. But beyond these data centers, there is the traditional age-old network connectivity, layer 3, layer 2, connecting these dots, right, to data centers. So are you talking service assurance limited to your data center perimeter with respect to the container workloads? Or are you trying to give, I mean, just in the future, are you also trying to encompass the traditional service assurance for the traditional networks? Because unless you are trying to make a holistic statement, assurance in pockets might give you results, but that is not what the real intent that can deliver.
Right. So actually, service assurance is a very old concept, right? Everyone knows that what exactly the service assurance meeting the KPI parameter, right? So currently, I'm talking in the context of Nephio. In Nephio, we achieve the day zero part. It's like we are able to create the configuration, we are able to initialize it, we are able to deploy it. But the problem comes for the day two part. Let's say something happened and I'm not able to take care of it. Like suppose some sudden traffic has come, I'm not able to scale it. So we have to see around those aspects also, those control loops. So I'm trying to currently visualizing those aspects, but definitely possibilities are way beyond.
Yeah, because for example, from your forage to the central cloud, there is a backhaul, you lost the connectivity. There is a fiber cut.
Yes.
So your assurance is dependent on the physical connectivity. Unless that is fixed, you cannot do anything beyond that unless you move your workloads to different nearby forage.
Correct. Right? I think you're talking about the transport, right?
Transport like.
So currently in Nephio, we are not dealing with the transport.
Yeah, but somewhere my expertise, somewhere you have to plug in your concept into the overall.
Of course.
Otherwise, you just be dangling in a concept. Practically, I cannot take it to the service provider.
I totally agree with you. Like this concept could be generalized, used anywhere, can be used anywhere, and also we can take from somewhere else, and also we can use inside the Nephio. So this part I completely agree with you. Okay, we were talking much about the intent-based loop, right? So that means there's a certain intent, and based on that intent, I would like to control my network. Control my system, right? Or workload cluster. So this kind of loop, and we'll see this example of some of the use case. And the last one, ML-based loop. So that is quite interesting. Like we collected the KPI parameter from different cluster, right? Now we will do the training on those KPI parameter, and then we'll try to create the control loop. So just one example, I'll give it like for example UPF. So in the UPF we maintain the PDCP sessions, right? And also there are availability, like which sites are available, how many UPFs are deployed. So these type of inputs, we can take it, we can compute a model, we can deploy it, and based on that we can do the scale in, scale out. So those kind of scenarios are also possible. So I'll start with the auto scaling. Some scenario we'll see. The actor coordinate with the horizontal pod auto scaler. So HPA, so that is the concept from the Kubernetes. So that will help you within a single cluster. It will try to collect all the KPI parameter or metrics. It will collect about the CPU utilization, memory. So these things it collects it, and it passes it to the HPA. HPA is another operator, and based on some specific formula, it will just do the scale in and scale out. So here I try to put one actor pod who will actually instruct the HPA with certain policy that you can only scale to 10 pods or 100 pods, not beyond that. Though the HPA computes that it requires 200 pods, right? So policy, actor could take an action using the policy. The second, the actor coordinates with the custom operator. So you might face some scenario that HPA is not a valid use case for you. You require some customized algorithm. So the customized algorithm is you require a customized operator. So that time, actor can work along with that operator. So for the scale in, scale out. And when you go to the Nephio currently in the current form, suppose you would like to do, okay, so here I have written the pod, right? So just assume that UPF. So we are trying to do the scale in and scale out for the UPF. But there are, I would like to say that there are challenges. Like in UPF, there are secondary interfaces. We need to decide the LAN. Multiple challenges are there. It's not easy to scale in or scale out a UPF. So that those things we need to resolve it. So that also we need to think it. And the next one, intent-based loop. So where exactly like enough reconfiguration we are doing it. Yep. Okay. Okay. I hope it's visible. So yeah, in R3 we are trying to come up with one POC of the Nephio. In R3 of the Nephio, we are trying to come up with a POC. So that is about the NF reconfiguration. So that comes in the falls in the category of intent-based loop. So the DevOps will create one intent that he would like to assure the bandwidth of the DU. Okay. And here you can see that different controllers are involved, like a package controller, observability. So, these are so observability is involved in collecting the KPI parameter. So we need to actually, I will not go into much detail. I'll give the very high level idea. So we need to when we prepare an actor, right? We need to initialize it with some context, like for example, what need to be observed, how it should be observed, what action need to be taken, and how you can ensure that it is correctly did the action, or you achieve the quality of service. So those actually things you need to answer in this entire flow, or the intent carries some kind of metadata. Using that, you can derive this kind of information by contacting with the package controller. You can see that package controller we are trying to contact. And also we need to configure the observability, like what you need to observe that you need to observe the DU. So you will go and observe the DU. You collect the PRB utilization from the DU, and when suppose example here, actually I mentioned that whenever the PRB utilization went beyond the 50%, that time we are reconfiguring the last step. We are reconfiguring the bandwidth. So So that is the idea about bandwidth assurance. And the last one, the ultimate dream for us, the actor as a ML model. So you can, I mean, like I was giving the example of the UPF, right? We can create some kind of a ML model, and that ML model actually will take action for here I have given the example for the scale in, scale out, right? But you can see for the reconfiguration also, your actor pod could take some action. So you have all the KPI parameter available to you. You use it, you train your model, you deploy it, and finally that will help you to take action. So we have initiated the discussion on this particular topic in the workgroup 5. We'll move further with that discussion actually. The last one, I'll just touch upon the policy framework. What exactly we talk about the policy framework. Okay. So like Rahul was also mentioning that earlier in the traditional system, it is very complicated, right? We have multiple entities, right? We need to observe multiple entities. We need to configure it. So that is very error prone, correct? And also, the idea comes like you would like to do some kind of a design time policy injection and runtime policy injection. So those things are there. The system becomes very complicated because if you see it here, this is one picture for the 5G architecture. So you see there are multiple entities involved there, and again, what happens, right? We take a fragmented policy framework approach. With some entities uses some different kind of framework to deploy the policy, and some part uses different kind of a policy framework or policy technology to apply it, right? So somewhere we need to uniform it so that we can come over the problem of the fragmented policy. So with that, actually we are proposing a policy framework. So what exactly happens? We are trying to take an approach of shift left and the shift right approach. So what happens? We have broken down the policy into the two forms. One is the design time policies. Like I had before deploying any NF, I have the package, right? In the package itself, I'll just run all the policies and check whether it's following the proper instruction or not, whether it's there is any security issues or not. So those I can do it. So that approach we call it a shift left. It's like before deployment itself, you can check it. And the second, and also we understand that everything can't be done at the design time. All the security checks can't be done. After deployment, also your NF will perform certain actions, so that we need to check it. So we have given the possibilities that in the runtime also we'll inject some kind of policies inside the workload cluster. And yeah, here you can see the themes. So there we have taken a different open source with different approaches. Like for example, OPA, Kyverno, JS policy, and even the Cube Armor for the runtime policy. So using that, we can inject the policies. Okay. And yeah, with this, actually, I'll come to the our work group details. So actually, we are working in the work group 5 on this particular topics. So there we are discussing about service assurance. So I invite everyone to come there and share your thoughts also. And we have generally a meeting every Thursday, 9 a.m. PT. And yeah, here's the links for the meeting notes, and there's a Zoom link. And currently we are working on 2 user stories, ODU bandwidth assurance that I was explaining, and also the impact analysis. Like we would like to analyze different events, and based on that, we would like to present some kind of metadata to higher level, so that it can take a certain action at the higher level. So that impact analysis we are trying to do it, and also we have a vision document. So here, so that will help you to understand the overall picture of the service assurance. And yeah, with this, thank you. So any other questions? Okay. Yeah.
So in the context of auto healing and auto scaling, I'm still not clear about the role of actor pod. Is that a pod that is operating in the management cluster, looking at the changes that are happening in the regional and edge cluster?
Actually, yeah. So whenever we would like to take action, right, you need to have actor pod with certain business logic. For example, auto healing, you are taking example.
So the example that you gave in the context of, let's say, auto scaling, where you said that the actor pod would tell how many pods to scale to. Let's
Yeah.
But that's an inherent concept within Kubernetes itself, right? Like, so the role of actor is somewhat not clear.
So the DevOps, he creates one intent, or the intent carries some kind of policies that I don't want to scale the NF from certain numbers. So he can inject those kind of policies also there, right? So I was trying to convey the idea that using the actor pod, you can put the policies also there, so that HP is taking certain decision, right? So we can influence that decision. So in that way, we will control the scaling. And also the second scenario I was giving, where there's a custom algorithm is there, right? Custom operator. Currently, you take example of free 5GC. Okay, so in the free 5GC, we will instruct how you will scale the UPF. So that metadata will pass it to it as per the service assurance intent.
I mean, I almost thought of actor pod as like a logical representation. So for the smallest closed loop, the actor pod could be the same as the workload pod, right? Potentially, right? Like, because you don't have to take the data out to a different pod. You could make local decision.
Actually,
for a centralized decision making like auto scaling, it could be a different pod that resides in the management layer. And to the point that you're making, there are certain capabilities that Kubernetes provides inherently, where you don't even need a pod. It is just invocation to realize that outcome through Kubernetes. I'm almost looking at actor pod as like a logical representation. The manifestation will differ based on what problems do you solve for services. Does that match your thinking?
That's correct. I mean, like it carries the business logic actually. For a scenario scaling, scale out, there'll be a different kind of actor pod, and not necessarily there should be one actor pod. It could be a group of the actor pod who work together to fulfill that KPI.
It's like a policy engine, right? Rule engine, which will kind of put some policies.
Even if you see a simple YAML, right, that is also a policy. For example, if it's the pod template, if you see, that is the policy, right? You are passing it to the Kubernetes, and Kubernetes is deploying your pod just according to.
I'm saying the functionality of the actor pod here is like a rule engine or a.
Currently, currently it carries the business logic. I would say it's a business logic.
Right. Yeah. To add, actually, this sort of framework, right? See, Kubernetes has HPA. Kubernetes is inherently closed loop.
That is the way to execute horizontal
Correct.
But to enforce a policy,
Correct.
a rule.
Right. We need some external system. Yeah. Correct.
This is like a inherent policy engine.
Correct.
Yeah, actually, you see, the action could be a different type. It's like either you can push the policy, or you can reconfigure the NF. So that is also one policy, right? Sorry, I mean to say action. Or you can isolate something. So different policy. It's like a business logic. You will provide it as a DevOps part, right? So you will be having a package who assures the either bandwidth or either scaling, scale out. So you create those kind of package that work for the service assurance.
So we take inputs from the authority.
Correct.
Through the authority module, and then it based on that.
Yes. Like for service assurance, you try to understand. It is very important to understand what need to be observed, when the action should be triggered, and how it should be observed. So multiple things are there. So
challenge that I've seen throughout the period is that these are all great in theory. When it comes to real time in a network where you have all these parameters collected and then you start taking decisions in real time, it becomes a challenge.
I agree. So that we need to solve it actually. How we can do the action with the real time scenario. So that we need to do it.
In the related space, so I'm trying to connect the dot. The whole aspects of the closed loops, the observing, taking an action so that there is a certain healing or scaling. So these concepts have been around and it's clear. I'm trying to see what is that we are trying to do for Nephio. Are you saying that we are going to introduce some constructs in Nephio for the actor pod or for the observer? Are you going to introduce mechanics there? Or what's the idea that's trying to get at here? The concepts are I've been around.
Sure.
You understand? So what are we doing in Nephio in this context? It's
Actually,
something didn't get.
the current implementation of Nephio, if you see, currently we are addressing only the day zero part, like initialization of the configuration and deployment of NF. But we did not address this particular two block, like how the day two activity should be handled in the Nephio.
I understand. The intent is know what you're trying to do. So the goal is you would like to introduce something in Nephio which will enable to do this service assurance aspect is what the agenda or
Yes, but also you try to catch the idea. Nephio is providing end-to-end automation. Okay.
Right. Can you go to the first slide? See, every question, no, all questions are pointing out to the first slide. See, Kubernetes is inherently closed loop. So it has a HPA. But what about NF? That also requires a closed loop. What about slice? That also requires a closed loop. All are known things, if you correlate. What about the other one, end-to-end service? That is also a closed loop. So what we are trying to provide in Nephio is to provide a uniform framework for observability of all the things. See, if you say Kubernetes, it collects things only from per cluster. HPA is only per cluster. It's not, across cluster. So we are trying to provide one service assurance framework, which includes observability, intent, policy, rules, so that it encompasses all the layers. That answers principally your question.
Great. I wanted to interrupt since a long time. Great. So seems like there is another meeting in the same area at 4 p.m. So we have very little time left, just about 60 minutes left. So I request the upcoming talks, right? 20-25 minutes would be super great. So we'll have to jump to next talk. Let's give a good round of applause to Subhash. Thank you very much, Subhash. Is the Zoom connected?
The Zoom connected.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me? On call as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Thank you very much.
Some advantages and some disadvantages of doing it later in the day.
Hope you can see. Coming up. It's taking time. So there's a delay, right? 2-3 seconds. I think. I'm on a hotspot, so that's I think downside.
To up and down. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nishi, and I'm Senior Principal Technology Architect at Infosys. And we are going to do next 20-25 minutes. Me and Girish, my team member, are going to take you through our proposal on how we can do end-to-end, service orchestration for 5G services, and what is the role that Nephio can play, and how Nephio can be complemented by higher order service orchestrations. That's the intent. And these are the 4 topics that we will cover in 20 minutes. So what we are going to talk today is actually based on the work that we have done in the industry on 5G services, right? The vertical services that we talk about from 5G perspective, be it remote maintenance, remote healthcare, etc., which we have done with multiple service providers. The kind of conversations that we have today with operators, primarily I'm going to look from brownfield perspective. We did hear through the day that Nephio can do much more, right? But, thinking from brownfield perspective where it might have, a more limited role to play and might need to interwork with other, service orchestrators and all, so what the operators are looking for. And of course, our exposure to Nephio R1 and R2. So I'll spend a few minutes to talk about the scale and the kind of nuances that we see in 5G services. The vertical services that we try to roll out on 5G and Edge. Some of it you have heard. I'll just quickly go over it. but then others more to it, right? So starting from infrastructure provisioning, when we are talking about multiple different scenarios, right from bare metal discovery and provisioning, doing network, performing network configurations across switch and routers, kind of cluster bootstrapping that we need to do, the kind of connectivity setup that we need to do across your different segments of the network, right? Be it front haul, mid haul, back haul, the kind of cluster networking that we need to do, the kind of, and again, I'm talking about, we have seen operators going, more in one direction, one kind of, cloud platform, and more greenfield, who have that advantage of primarily containerized network functions, but also looking at, brownfield operators. So these are varied options that we see, right? Even when, initially the operators went with public cloud, but now more and more looking at part of the network on public, part of the network on private cloud, and how do we do that secure connectivity? How do we handle different flavors of the, cloud variants, be it, Tanzu or OpenShift kind of constructs, or different flavors of Kubernetes? And looking at from network function deployment perspective, also when we look at from end-to-end perspective, still some portions will be VNFs and some portions will be VNF. Kubernetes-based approach is good, right? But then we need to also support the traditional approach for some time, right? And you talk about standards, right? They're all evolving. Starting, I know 5-6 years back when we started on this telco cloud automation journey, it was primarily, heat template based, and Tosca for the orchestration modeling, right? And now, of course, HCL, Helm, and those other, kind of protocols and standard modeling standards that we are seeing. The different use cases that we are talking about, right from day one, kind of deployment, and then how do we scale, upgrade, closed loop automation kind of constructs, and even in day zero, day one kind of configuration. Right now, we heard about GitOps based approach, pipeline based approach has been more traditional, right? And also the thing, right? At times we need to interface with vendor specific NMS, EMS, and more in the virtualized kind of scenarios. But yeah, even in containerized, some of the CRDs might be coming from the vendor. So how do we deal with those kind of different flavors? The last, not least, we all understand, I think most of the people in the room do appreciate on the network aspects, but more also on the services, right? Because I think somebody was talking about ephemeral infrastructure, but if you talk about, I know one scenario that I worked was remote healthcare, where the slice could itself between two hospitals be instantiated when required in case of disaster, when you need that remote healthcare kind of service, or even remote maintenance kind of service, right? How can I set up complete, network and infrastructure, do that service chain slice, provide that experience to the user, bring it all down, right? So looking at it from service perspective also, right? That is also very important. Dynamic slice, orchestration, and all this needs to be at scale, needs to be on demand. And Rahul, you touched upon, it has to be more secure, right? Zero trust orchestration. So how do we deal with it, right? All this complexity, right from services to the network and infrastructure. We'll move to the next one.
Ma'am, if possible, can you come in between? You're not visible.
Okay, I didn't realize it.
Thank you very
Sorry.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, so layered architecture is one approach to look to ease out this complexity, where you can deal with service related concerns and requirements for the end-to-end service at the service orchestration layer, and more on the resource facing, right? More on the domain side, where there are nuances. When you talk about RAN, you talk about core. I think we touched upon UPF, and we touched upon RUDU, CU kind of the integration, or even traditional transport network, right? And say RAN needs to be compatible with your ORAN standards. There are already interfaces defined as to how it should communicate with upstream systems, right? And HC based SOL interfaces, etc. What we have seen, right? We don't need to only think from network operations perspective, but also from how that whole domain orchestration, or what capabilities Nephio is providing, can be provided in more headless architecture manner, right? And there could be a unified kind of integration layer. That is where the adoption will increase, especially in brownfield scenario. And that is what we wanted to call out, one of the approach that Girish will take you through. And with that, I'll hand it over to Girish in the interest of time, but happy to take questions once we have covered that approach that we are thinking about.
Hey, hi, everybody. Okay, hope you can hear me. Yeah, hi, everybody. So I think I'm kind of building upon what I think we have already covered some way by Samar, by I guess as Sandeep also talked about, right, the approach, how we do a right, integration in the northbound. So I will kind of cover on that. So hope that slide changes. Yeah, okay, all right. So here we're kind of talking about how we can basically consume or utilize Nephio, right? From a service orchestrator point of view, Nephio acting as a domain orchestrator and right, deploying the set of workload as well as initially the cluster into the infrastructure layer. Now, if I compare this particular diagram from the previous one, I think in this context, Nephio, if you see, right, the way we are kind of doing the deployment, right, in the release 1 and release 2, we are basically, it is acting as a RAN transport and core domain, right, controller in some ways. It is actually touching all the 3 domains, right, trying to set up the connectivity as well. So in that context, anyway, I think it is something which is something coming from the user guide, right, how do you kind of deploy workloads. So the way it works, you basically provision the workload cluster, which sets up your repos and then the edge cluster, right? And using a config sig, it is now ready to deploy the workloads. And then we have to wait for at the top level, user has to wait for the cluster availability, which usually takes 10-15 minutes. We then deploy the vleaf switch, which is nothing like a kind of a router for connecting these two, right, clusters. This is actually happening manually today, but I guess there's a plan to basically automate it, define the set of CRDs to be able to do it, right, in an automated manner, driven through the POC. And then when the connectivity has been set up, we basically deploy the network functions. First, the operators get deployed, which would take care of, right, converting the CRDs, representing the network function to actual network functions. And then and that also takes some time to come up, and then you wait for enough to be available, and then finally the config part, if you want to do a day 1 or day 2 kind of configuration. I guess that's where I think we are still, I think that the capability is still evolving, but I think roughly these are things, and this is something which is the scope of the service orchestrator. Now, in the context of this, we want to basically bring in a northbound interface for Nephio, which can probably interface with ONAP. So we're kind of looking at ONAP to build some kind of southbound capability to be able to integrate with Nephio. Okay. So I'll probably talk about it in the next few slides, but any service orchestrator, I think the way we can probably go about this integration is indicated over here. As we were seeing the earlier slide, we have a couple of higher level components in any service orchestrator. We have a service design area, then a runtime service lifecycle management area. And both of places, I think we need to have some extensions to be done. The service design need to talk in terms of Nephio CRDs, right? Deploy or onboard packages which are aligned to Nephio's KPT packages, and then expose them over KPT repo, right? Then when it is trying to orchestrate, right, first basically it has to orchestrate the workload cluster, then it has to orchestrate a network function, then probably do a network configuration. All it has to talk in terms of Nephio CRDs, right? So first you have to probably set up a repository, and then it has to talk about package variant set, where it has to kind of indicate which package to be deployed, or which KPT package representing a network function or the workload or cluster to be deployed in which cluster. So that is what is, I think, represented in over here. So in the interest of time, problem, I'm not going to much of details here. Just trying to, I think. So now, in context of ONAP, I think, and Nephio, we feel, I think, this can be a target architecture where I think most of the component you can see from ONAP. I will probably touch upon only the surrounding part, not go into detail, but this is how we probably envision how we can probably use ONAP to, right, leverage Nephio as a northbound as a southbound integration layer, right, doing the domain orchestration. And I think its advantages are is going to help Nephio in terms of because ONAP has established itself as a service orchestrator in multiple engagements, as well as ONAP will get a supplement additions additional capability to deploy intent-driven workload deployment through Nephio, which is something which it doesn't currently support. It supports Helm-based deployments today. The initial, I think, our proposal is to probably still go for Helm-based, but then later on, I think we can look at bringing in KPT, the standard CRD-based KPT package that can be deployed through this whole model. The integrations are more complex for us to do, but once we have done that, I think we can probably. So, idea is to physically first target the brownfield deployment which are happening using Helm, and then later on we can probably extend this whole model to support CRDs. Also, I think there have been talks. I'm not been able to, I think, follow up on that, but there have been talk on Nephio being used along with ONAP for the ON, right? Where I guess in ON case today, I think they are following the HC-based model, not the Nephio-based model, and that. But Nephio is kind of targeting for ON, right, domain controllers side. So I think this kind of integration would also probably would align to that. So I think. As we have looked at the previous slide, we're talking about to be able to achieve this, we would be registering Nephio as a VNF manager in downstream, right? And configuring the config, registering it the ONAP JIT repo. And here you can see, I think we have to expose two kind of repo from ONAP, because from the northbound side, we will still be uploading the Helm chart, Helm-based CSRs. But somewhere in the modeling, we probably have to develop additional components where we would be packaging them as KPT packages internally, and then exposing those Helm charts as in a newly hosted Helm repo. So we will be kind of that CSR package will convert into a KPT package, and then it would be talking in terms of Nephio CRDs and Helm release and Helm repository, which are further pointed to this Helm repo. And further on, I think instantiation workflow would remain the same, but yes, there would be extensions required in the CNF adapter and the Kubernetes plugin. Yeah.
Girish, this is great. Maybe this is a more deep dive discussion, but what you describe as the interfaces with ONAP are things like when you say create package variant, pull Helm charts, these are mechanisms. What will be more useful is to define what the schemas are for the interfaces, right? Like the specs, right? So for example, what is the intent that service orchestration is going to specify to a domain orchestrator? What does it look like today? What would it look like with the Nephio world? I think that is the more interesting part rather than like the mechanics, which today it could be package variant, tomorrow it could be something else that is not push, right? Those are the next order implementation details. I think what we should, as a group, we should focus on is what do these intent specifications look like for these northbound interfaces?
That's true. I think
just as an input, we don't need to go deeper into this right now, but that is where, and by the way, there are discussions happening within Nephio specifically to these, the interface definitions themselves. So it'll be great if you have these thoughts. Please do actively participate, especially in SIG1, and facilitate and drive those conversations. That is where we will really benefit as a group.
Okay, sure. I think the point taken. So I think we will probably cover on that aspect. I think we have not also gone into some of those aspects, right? But yeah, definitely we can connect on that. Yeah. So I think that's all. I think one, as we were analyzing it, I think couple of challenges we found. I think one of the challenges was also highlighted by Sama that. So first 2 points are basically, yes, we have a very clear taxonomy of CRDs, which is pretty helpful. And the utilization of API is quite consistent and extensible. So I think there are 2 good points. I think the way Nephio northbound interface, I think we see it as that. But when we're looking at finding out the status of those workloads, I think it's not that straightforward. I think we have to kind of, when we looked at how we can probably find out when the workload cluster is up, I think we have to go through multiple. It's not package variant set which tells us we have to go down to the package reason, then package revs, and we have to kind of. So that I think we have probably have to look at extending that, and then Anyway, an NF configuration is something which probably have it's evolving features, so we probably would not be able to do it initially. But yes, I think we probably need some more capability and standardization in that place. Yeah. So with that, I think probably we're done. Probably right on time, I think. Any questions? So this is a proposal I think we are also planning to take up to ONAP as well, I think, just to kind of talk about.
Do you think Nephio could also be promoted to higher levels so that it can handle the services also instead of ONAP?
I see that kind of somewhere that is happening, right? When you're talking about topology, right? I think somewhere we are going about that, right? Because not talking only about domain, right? You're kind of trying to converge multiple domains. If you bring in policy into it, because those are service orchestrator, usually areas where service orchestrator used to be there, like a high level orchestration across domain, the policy framework, right? A closed loop based on events getting from the network. Now, if you are kind of trying to cover that, I think it is somewhere getting up. But I think, for example, closed loop, but still now the closed loop is no more at the highest layer. I think with what we are seeing in Nephio, you actually each of the layer has its own closed loop, right? So I think, but yes, I think if you're putting in policy, definitely it is going up.
Because I'm seeing this stack, means like when we integrate ONAP with the Nephio, that make it more complicated than simpler, that I feel.
So it's more ONAP was taken only as a reference, but the intent was right now, right? When we are in, see, eventually it can create a higher order of the strategy. So in a ground-based scenario, it will also be important for us to expose certain types. That's the only.
So this question of can Nephio extend beyond the domain orchestration boundary and leap into the service orchestration? This topic has been there from day one, right? Even when we started the community, it was a very deliberate attempt from our side to scope it the way that you've seen it here. It's not to say there are any technical limitations, but I think it'll be too premature at this stage of the program, if I were to say it this way, in terms of the open source community, to extend it out or broaden it way too much too early. Because the moment you go into service orchestration, it's a much more complex problem, like many of you can attest to, right? So it's important we stay focused as a group. Now, what we're doing, whether it is in service assurance, observability, and so forth, is we are building the blocks needed for a domain orchestrator to enable service orchestration to do its job. We are not solving the problems that an SO are doing. Second thing, the topology controller that we talked about, it's an experimental capability to showcase somewhat how a SO could do day zero design work, leveraging the concepts of Nephio, especially GitOps, right? So I want us to somewhat juxtapose some of these experimental features with where we intend, not we as like me specifically, like as a group, where do we intend to take Nephio? Can we see a world in the future where Nephio ends up solving parts of the SO, or can we disaggregate, especially SMO, like ORAN-based approach, where we have a disaggregated approach? Absolutely. Is this something that should be top of mind for the group at this point? My request will be, let's stay focused on the key problems that we need to first carve out. We can always extend beyond that.
Well, we're running short on time. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you very much, Nishi and Girish. Please give a big round of applause. Your laptop is here. Stop sharing.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I'm audible. And I understand we have 15-20 minutes, so I'll just give an overview of what Red Hat is doing. And especially, we're trying to build a synergy here with the Nephio community, right? Correct. And I'll talk about. I'm Atul. I'm based out of Bangalore. I'm Chief Tech and Principal Architect with Red Hat Telco team, and look after all the customers in APAC. Okay, first of all, great talks. I must say that a lot of learnings today. Some of the Samsung, Infosys, even Google talks, really awesome. Okay, so I'll start with. So this is the agenda. I planned it for 30 minutes, but I understand. So I may skip some of the slides, and please let me know if you have any questions during some of the slides. So I'll talk about a bit of cloud native automation. That's what Nephio is all about. Maybe I have to find a synonymous term for Nephio. I will say CNA is the Nephio term. Okay. Then what Red Hat is doing at Nephio, some of my colleagues, what they are doing at Nephio right now, what we plan to do. I'll quickly touch upon RAN automation and GitOps. RAN is a very favorite topic for Red Hat. In fact, Core is also a very favorite topic. And thanks for mentioning OpenShift there in one of your slides. I'll then deep dive into a bit of what Red Hat is trying to do with RAN, specifically on Open RAN. And I'll take some of the concepts, what Samsung has done, what Infosys has done, and I'll give a overview how we deploy a scalable ORAN in the world. Actually, that's in production overview. Maybe thousands or more than thousands of slides actually. And then I'll touch upon OpenShift. I don't know whether that's relevant right now, but what I heard is that Gen AI and all this topic coming up, and we bring a lot of things on table. One of my colleagues is going to talk in one summit about Red Hat and Gen AI and Nephio, all of those things. So maybe if some of you are going, you can meet him. Okay, so let's step back and I've been actually talking to a lot of telcos about moving on to Nano to cloud native automation, right? And this slide is basically gives a bit picture of it. And I need not explain this slide to you because you could see some of those pointers. We have already spoken about it, right? There are some drivers like that's NFV centric, Nano centric, right? Not working. Its approaches are siloed, right? Vendors are too fragmented, right? That's boiling down from driver. What is coming from a requirement side, right? That's we need an intent driven, right? Decentralized, I think spoke about it, and then common methodologies. That's what we're trying to do with CRDs and all, right? Correct. So now what we will be looking at and is a CNA framework from what market needs, what requirements are there, and what are the challenges we want to solve. A quick overview about what is the difference between CNA and maybe right, correct, and there's a very general side. I think we have on an intent driven on one side, we decentralize, and then we have pretty centralized, siloed, vendor driven, fragmented, and all of those things, right? I think there was an HC event last week in Bangalore. I'm not sure some of you have been there. They discuss about why Mano has not taken off, right? And some of those feedbacks came from Nephio. So please feel free to let me know the feedbacks about Nephio from its event. Okay. Okay, cool. What Red Hat is doing, a lot of stuff, and I think some of you may be knowing these names. Alexis already is leading this architecture chair. Bala, Vishwanath, both are from Bangalore, now part of release chair and infrastructure lead. Dan, basically member of TSC and all. I think overall the focus remains is we want to focus on architectural side, scope, build a stronger roadmap, release processes, and then again some of the products or some of the components what Red Hat brings on table, and we want to tightly integrate Nephio like single node OpenShift, which is a kind of de facto standard for ORAN and RAN deployments globally. And bare metal is basically what Red Hat typically focus, not a virtualization-based approaches. Okay, so what is the current state? And I think this is a market report we have collaborated with Analysis Mason, and you could see the top line that, right? And I'll only talk about RAN because that's what we'll not talk about network automation. You see that there are less than 20% of the RAN tasks are currently automated by even 2/3 of CSPs, right? That's on 2023. You want to bring RAN automation, that's certainly a focus. They want to bring AI into that, do sustainability, then ORAN is bringing a lot of innovation on the table, right? So ORAN is driving, I think ORAN Alliance collaboration is most welcome on that side. Energy efficiency, and all of those aspects are there. So this is what basically we are looking at. I think this is not just challenge, these are opportunities for Nephio and RAN automation to get into. And I think these are some of the USPs, what we feel is why RAN automation. I think after working with a couple of leading telcos, we realized that there are some TCO benefits they could actually claim about. There are some quality experiences, basically announcement, the telcos could get it. Operational agility, of course, is one of the key. And then energy efficiency, that's something also we closely work with Intel. And we have already a community, separate community, where we are actually contributing back on the CNCF project, where we are actually driving energy efficiency RAN separately. But yes, these are some of the club benefits by adopting the RAN automation. I think I would skip this slide. I did not, the audience itself is well aware of this fact. Okay, so now what Red Hat's vision is about RAN. And this gives a kind of an end-to-end view of what typically would look like when typically a telco comes and say, look, I have this topology and I want to basically deploy the infrastructure across, right? So we bring it across from edge to core, right? Across even the regional data centers, cores, edge clouds, and all. And we want to basically enable this with a single control plane, actually, right? And this is already live in many places, actually. This is not something, a pictorial representation. This is already live. And then this is being AI powered. So the infrastructure is not only dumb, but we bring an AI angle into it so that it self-heals, self-optimize also to some extent, and we drive it further to cater the different requirements from telcos. Now let's zoom in on the RAN part of it. Okay, so typically the deployments, like if you have a single video site with an RU, or you have pooled site of DUs, you have an HDC where CUs are aggregated, or you have original data centers, right? Correct. Now you're coming into this kind of architecture, and the same control plane, you can actually deploy the infrastructure across all of those with a single gate. So we call it as a single cloud platform. It's like with this platform is basically a horizontal single cloud platform. And the interesting part of it that this is just not on the platform, right? We have been working with a lot of OEMs, right? Like Dell's of the world or HP's of the world. So it becomes very tightly integrated. And we don't offer bare metal as a service, but then once you adopt OpenShift and all this platform, it becomes a very gelled product, and you can actually use it as a single. So even you can move from one cluster to another cluster like seamlessly. Even the app will not realize even they're moving from cluster to cluster. So that's what we call a single cloud or single horizontal platform. So what is OpenShift? Now, this slide is self-explanatory, right? So I'm not sure whether you guys have seen this, but this talks about, it's already included in an OpenShift. We are not bringing this on the RAN side, but it starts from the OS layer to SDN, to orchestration, to registry, to monitoring, to ultimately the op. So it's, in one word, it's an app platform. As simple as that, right? You can do everything with this kind of platform. We are heavily invested into ORAN, very, very heavily invested into. The work group 6 is something we are very heavily invested. So OpenShift, we believe that is a synonymous to OCloud, and this deployment is a kind of a model where you see the SMO, you see the CUDUs and all actually running on OpenShift as a platform, and then being managed by Advanced Cluster Manager, which is not shown in the picture, but then that Nephio management cluster could be I could imagine that it could be a Advanced Cluster Manager from Red Hat. A different view of the previous slide. Whatever is the topology, you have a different topology for centralized RAN, distributed RAN, right? You get so whatever is the topology, right? You aggregate at one place, you do it differently on distributors. So you can actually create a single cloud layer across all the topologies. Actually, it doesn't matter what operators have right now, they're DU pooling or edge side or distributor. It doesn't matter, and we have been doing it since days of 4G. So if some of you believe that this architecture has been just now been coming up, no, this architecture has been there since days of 4G. A lot of telcos have been doing it. For example, Rakuten has been doing it since the 4G launch because of the greenfield, and some of the topologies have been basically well integrated with Red Hat's product there. Now, what we bring for ORAN, and this slide is very particular. People ask what OpenShift brings on table for ORAN. Okay, so the interesting part is a lot of components, a lot of operators are built in the platform itself. So the CNF vendor can leverage this as a part of a platform. For example, there's a SRIOV operator. CNF vendor doesn't have to even worry about having a SRIOV operator. There is an NTO, right? A node tuning operator. There is a PTP operator, everything. We call it a DU profile. So this DU profile is already installed on a DU side by default. So what a typical vendor is doing, and for example, this blue, some of you can recognize the blue color of it, is already the CNF vendor comes and just deploy their CNFs. So most of the things are ready. The acceleration part of it also there. There's a, depending on the provider to provider, there's a acceleration, L1 accelerations are basically different. So most of the things are ready. And what they do is that they drive the performance and availability of those RAN workloads. So that what is basically, this is tested, validated, deployed in production. And that makes it easy for any CNF provider to deploy their CNF workloads across any topologies, across at scale. Okay, so that's what we call it as a DU profile. Okay, I think this is the last slide. So the overview of it, right? And this is a kind of a very simplified view of an ORAN deployment at a scale. So we start with Git. Obviously, Red Hat has its own Git. It's called Quay. And we deploy everything into the Git repo. It triggers the changes into Advanced Cluster Manager. That could be a Nephio management cluster. It has an ability to manage thousands or I wouldn't say millions of clusters, Kubernetes clusters in one go. It gives you complete visibility. Someone was saying, how do I collect the observability from hundreds of thousands of clusters? Advanced Cluster Manager has been already doing the observability for hundreds of thousands of clusters. We have been correlating it, and we have been pushing out that information, and we have been doing all of those things. Topology Manager has been already there in place, something very, I think, very similar to what Topology Controller is. So we adopt this deployment to the topology, and when we, with a zero-touch provisioning, we actually deploy. So typically, I would say that there is a very interesting blog on Red Hat blog. The operator gives a site plan, and with that site plan is basically goes into the production and gets deployed, actually, as simple as that. So we have an entire process there. So you can actually deploy, and these are different variants of OpenShift. It could be a single node, it could be a full cluster, 3-node cluster and all. And every node will have that DU profile, which I was talking about, specifically from the DU perspective. And this is a complete, fully automated zero-touch deployment. And it also does a closed-loop monitoring also at place. Okay, and last slide. So we call ourselves as a hybrid AI platform company. So we bring in a lot of stuff which can help in deploying a lot of AI use cases. Actually, I think Samsung Orange team and Samsung team was talking about ML as a stuff. So, and we have been collaborating some of them to build those kind of AI workloads, run rigs on top of OpenShift AI. And it's a hybrid MLOps platform we can actually leverage. It already leverages the NVIDIA all sorts of GPU and Intel all sorts of GPU. So all AI use cases could be delivered on top of OpenShift AI. Yes, that's it. I think I made it on time.
Right on time.
Thank you, right on time. That's it. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Any collaboration with the ORAN SC also around the OpenShift?
Yes.
Do you have?
Okay. ORAN?
SC.
ORAN, basically, we are already heavily invested, as I said, into Workgroup 6.
Okay. Not the ORAN SC, the software community.
ORAN software community, no, we are not.
So there is a OSC, mainly they develop near rig platform this side.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I think you are talking about that part, right?
Yeah.
No, we are not. We are not developing our own rig.
I know. I meant to say, Mr. We are invested there also. Our interest is also there. So
Okay.
looking like you guys also contribute.
No, what we are basically doing is we are enhancing the cloud, and we are doing the contribution towards O2 IMS and O2 DMS interfaces actually. If to be specific, like recently we have closed on a TR on KTS profile for O2 IMS, and we are actually now working on the observability part of that O2 O cloud actually. So that is currently ongoing efforts. But I'll surely check one of my colleagues basically maybe is aware of that. So I'm particularly working on those aspects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question a little more abstract. See, when you contrast the cloud data centers for mobile core versus that is needed for RAN, there's a lot of difference in terms of life and death time periods, cycles. For example, the kind of resources, cloud resources that are instantiated and kept live, are much more, longevity is more for the mobile core. A lot of redundancy inbuilt. The approach is different, but same approach may not be able to be done for those virtualization platforms for RAN sites, because sheer number of RAN sites is humongous.
Absolutely.
And so the way the resources are instantiated and killed, the cycles are fast. And also connected to energy, resource allocation, all that, it's a chain thing. A huge difference between the way the data center clouds for the core and the RAN.
Absolutely.
So you could not address use the same mechanisms to do the, what do you say? You can call it orchestration, or you can call it management of the cloud resources. Coming to the point, what I'm trying to bring attention to is, so how is that contrast managed? Now, when you say OpenShift, because that can give a certain thing that can be done in Nephio, because to handle this dichotomy, because there's more focus on energy and resource optimization in the RAN clusters when compared to mobile core. So, but we need to handle, if you talk about end-to-end, both need to be reconciled, but different behaviors between, I don't know. Yeah, my question is a little abstract.
Understood.
I'm trying to see where these both can get accommodated by OpenShifts.
I won't say we are accommodating on the same control plane, I would say, right? It's the correct. I would say that, see, the ultimate.
Can it be one size fit all? That's the.
So typically, if you look at, when we say OpenShift as a horizontal layer, right? Correct. What we say that it builds a complete layer. So you have a single layer across your core to RAN to edge or whatsoever, right? It builds. But that doesn't mean that there's a single control plane driving it completely. The core could be a different architecture altogether, right? Because core itself also could be distributed in a lot of places.
Right,
correct. RAN, it could be a different architecture. What we abstract way say that you need not. I would say there's a rather difference between a horizontal cloud and a vertical cloud, right? You have a vertical cloud and core, and you have a horizontal cloud on RAN, right? Correct. It becomes very difficult to manage all of those things, right? When I say vertical cloud, it's a cloud given by any particular name for that matter, or operator have built or don't do it yourself structure, right? So we don't want to say that it's a single layer or single control plane altogether. The architecture wise, the core still remains a different, because that's how we work with core teams separately and the radio teams separately, right? And the instantiation and all of those things, right? It works accordingly. Whatever is it. So, for example, a lot of telcos have adopted a single node OpenShift. So when I say single node OpenShift, the control plane and the data plane sits itself on a DU. Okay. But a lot of telcos are also looking at something like an hypershift, for that matter, where we are aggregating the control plane in the cloud, for that matter, right? So this architectural differences remain there even in the RAN deployments across, right? And that's why this slide, if you look at it, right? If you look at it, right, this is a single node OpenShift here, whereas a control plane and worker node is all on the same, right? But the control plane is a remote worker node is there. You have worker nodes here and the control plane here. So topology is still different. Architecture-wise is very different actually, right? And still getting managed from the single advanced cluster manager. This is a management plane. This is not a control plane, right? What previous discussion was about management plane, right? The Nephio management plane.
it is exactly the same one. It is not a control plane. Control plane still sits at a lot of different locations and it manages.
So you don't see differences the way operators are designed and done, whether it is being done for the RAN clusters or whether it is for the core clusters. The way operators are designed and implemented would be the same.
So there is a design difference, but that has been being delivered on this kind of, but in the sense of distributed architecture actually. And it need not be a single control plane. I would say that, right? Correct. That's not something. The control plane could be in a distributed way also. This management plane remains the same, right? So we have been managing planes, and this control planes are at a scale, right? And this is where the brain is actually. This is where the entire site plan goes into. It decides on where to deploy, what to deploy, how to scale, how to descale, and how to instantiate all of those infrastructure. That's what, and this is all on GitOps approach basically altogether.
Got it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, one thing, it's great that you're influencing working group 6 for O2 IMS and DMS. But if you look at the northbound towards Nephio, right? So Nephio has to use these interfaces. But then more importantly, if you look at cloud providers, they'll have O2 compliant interfaces and they'll have their own proprietary interface.
Absolutely.
Right? So it'll be great to get, you and the larger Red Hat communities help on how do we shape the Nephio southbound to cater to these different cloud interfaces that may or may not be O2 compliant, and what does that overarching CRD, multi-cloud vendor schema look like? Because that is a key topic that keeps coming up, and we can keep treating these as distinct things, right? ORAN could be distinct from everything else,
Absolutely.
but it is especially more important that I don't want Nephio to have to deal with different substrates based on whether it is being deployed for ORAN or not.
Understood. No, the valid point. I think, and
Basically, what you put my thing in a different way. O2, that interface also is alive, the bang on point where my question is aligned. So, is there a different treatment for ORAN situation, different treatment with the cloud kind of data?
And I don't want us to do that from a Nephio standpoint, right? It's a very explicit desire.
So what is happening is we have been actually pushing an open telemetry on both the interfaces, just for your information, right? As you said, right, there are a lot of proprietary stuff going on. We have been actually of very nature that from telemetry side, we want to standardize few things like an open telemetry. So we've been pushing the entire stuff on the open telemetry, and we want to gather that and then make a use case. For just for example of what we are trying to do is within the O2 IMS part of it, right? Then there's a K-test profile, what we have created. Yeah, there will be some proprietary driven stuff actually, but I think some of those discussions are still going on with some of the names, and some of them are an audience already. But yes, we have been actually working on some. But thanks for the feedback. I'll surely look at it.
In fact, O2 declarative is a key topic that has come up within Nephio, right? So,
yeah, right. We have a hard stop in 14.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please begin. Okay, I see there is a question in chat. Will we be able to access the PPTs? Yes, ideally we will be sharing an email with all the decks and the pictures, plus a summarization about whatever discussions we had, the Q&As, and absolutely the recording in chunks if possible, just to cut down the extra pieces. All right, so we are at the close. We have hard stop in 13 minutes. We have to head out. Before that, we do want to give back the sign of respect mementos to the speakers. I'd like to call Kaushik on board to hand it over. So the first talk we had at the second half of this meetup was by Subhash from Samsung. Subhash, can you please? Venkat. And the second talk we had this afternoon was by Girish and Nishi. They actually managed to complete it in a really, really short span given. Thank you very much for understanding. And yeah.
Yeah.
I wish.
Help you save on time.
Yeah. There's two for individuals. Right, and one last, Kaushik, with respect to Atul, who was also completed his talk before time. Great. And Kaushik, we have one last memento for Venkat for his efforts in organizing, helping us through security and getting us the venue in a very short span of time. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Most welcome. That is about it, and we call it a day with 12 minutes left. And we'll anyways head out and have our discussions, Q&As, networking, etc. But seems like Venkat has to hand this meeting room over to the other team because they have it booked for their meeting purpose. It's a weekday, and thank you very much for showing up and understanding in terms of the logistic constraints and the time constraints we had. Really appreciate. Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Pleasure is mine.